Testing. Good evening and welcome. I would like to call the Tuesday, October 19th, 2021 regular board meeting for the Colleton County School District Board of Trustees to order. We'd like to welcome everyone that's present, as well as those that are watching live or a recorded version for later. At this time, we will go on with the pledge and the invocation. The invocation this evening will be done by Deacon Carlos Marin of St. Anthony's Catholic Church in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's put ourselves in the hands of the Lord. Lord, you said, where two or more come together in my name, there I am in their midst. Be present at our meeting, giving us understanding so that we know to accept each other, capacity for dialogue, to hear others' opinions, and a spirit of collaboration. May this meeting help us to develop our community spirit and enrich us in knowledge. We want, Lord, to be your witness, light in the middle of the world. We know, Lord, and that's why we ask for your help, that being a witness is having your feelings, is to believe in your gospel, is to show the path of love. If this work is yours, we trust that you will germinate the much effort and commitment that we put into it. Tiredness accumulates, and sometimes discouragement seems to take over us. That is why, Lord, we come to you to ask you to encourage us with your presence and give us the strength of your Spirit to carry out our task. And the fruit of this meeting will be for the well-being of our community. Lord, we ask you this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Deacon Marin. Chairman's report. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes as listed.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes. Special board meeting September 8th, 2021. Regular board meeting September 21, 2021. Special board meeting September 29, 2021. Special board meeting October 11th, 2021. Special board meeting October 13th, 2021.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to approve the minutes for the dates as read. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. The South Carolina School Board Association will have a delegation meeting on Saturday, December the 4th, and they have asked that we identify the delegates to attend this meeting. Our district receives 2 delegates that may vote. We've received an assembly handbook for all board members to review, and they've also asked that we have an alternate. Is there a motion to identify 2 delegates for the South Carolina School Board Association Assembly?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we nominate our chairperson, Susan Whitkins, and Reverend Jenkins. Sharon, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Does that motion also include the alternate?
And the alternate, Ms. Patricia Simmons.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to identify the delegates for the South Carolina School Board Association Delegate Assembly on Saturday, December the 4th. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. I thank you very much. Next on the agenda is the Regional Advocacy Update by Ms. Patricia Simmons. It's unfortunate that she's not able to be with us tonight, but she will update the board as she has those updates for us. At this time, I'd like to call on Reverend Harry Jenkins for student and staff recognition.
At this time, Madam Chair, I'd like to call our Superintendent Student of the Month, Dr. Valerie Cave.
Good evening, Board Chair Whitkin, Vice Chair Murdoch, and all respective board members, good evening. At this time, I'd like to recognize our first group of Superintendent Student of the Month. I'm really proud to be able to have this honor. I'm going to call our two assistant superintendents to the front to provide some assistance to me. Assistant Superintendent Jessica Williams and Assistant Superintendent Clifford Warren to be able to provide some assistance to me. We'll also have two additional Student of the Months that will be recognized during our athletic report as well. I want to make sure that they get recognized as well. Our Superintendent Student of the Month for our Early Learning Center is described as, she is always willing to help. She is respectful. She is kind to everyone. She is a very good friend to others, and she's always willing to share and include others. She always has a positive attitude and does everything with a smile. Ashira works hard to be a great class citizen and a role model for her peers. She can always be found helping a friend find their way through the school or helping a student with an errand. She's extremely polite and well-mannered. She's working hard and doing amazing things in kindergarten. I present to you the Early Childhood Superintendent Student of the Month, Little Miss Ashira Macmillan. If Ashira's family is here, would you please stand? She gets a certificate, she gets a bag full of lots of wonderful goodies, and the inside is a $25 gift card. Our next Student of the Month is the Elementary Student of the Month. Our Elementary Student of the Month is described as excelling in all areas in 4th grade. He is very attentive to his work and takes great care to make sure he is always doing his best. He executed his idea to write a class newspaper. He organized the students who volunteered to be a part of the newspaper. Staff and gave responsibilities to each student to be a part of the newspaper staff. And then he helped publish that staff into 2 editions of the newspaper. He is always willing to help his classmates with any type of struggle they may face. He is always polite and considerate to others. He rarely shows disappointment when things don't work out. He always makes adjustments with a positive attitude. He's involved in SPICE, and he plays soccer for the Waldeboro Soccer Club. I am always impressed, his teacher says. When Grady wants to learn more about a subject, he will take it upon himself just to find out that information on his own, and then he shares the rest of it with his classmates. He's very well organized, honest, and dependable. I'm proud to present Grady Nettles as Forest Hill Elementary School's 4th grade student, Superintendent Student of the Month, Grady Nettles. Grady too received some of the same items. And there's some earphones in there too. Thank you. Our next student of the month comes from the middle school. A middle school student, through all of their struggles, competing with their peers. But this young lady, her principal has had the pleasure to watch her grow and transition from the 6th grade year to her 8th grade year. Alicia maintains a strong work ethic, which is evident in her academics, as she has excelled in all of her classes and has begun to work on accumulating high school credits already as an 8th grade student. She's coupled her work with a strong work ethic. She possesses notable consideration towards others outside of the school setting. She takes time to work with others, and she always looks out for those who are being mistreated. Her character is built on the foundation of doing what's right and standing up for whatever is right. Her future career goals include working with children and adults who have mental health disorders. She is very considerate, and she's an outstanding young lady. I'm proud to present the Middle School Student of the Month, Alicia Creel. Unfortunately, Alicia's not here, but we'll make sure that Alicia gets her belongings. And I failed to recognize Grady's parents, and I know that they're here. Grady's parents, would you please stand? Thank you. Our next student of the month is the secondary student of the month. Maintains 100 average, oh my. Known for thinking outside of the box, developing unique solutions, consistently helps others in class, gets along very well with everyone, participates on the FFA tractor driving team, strong character, always assisting others. No behavior incidents listed in Power School. He's courteous to everyone, has an 88 average in all of his classes, and he is in the honors class in small animal care. I'm proud to present TCTC, Secondary Student of the Month, Grant Kilpatrick. Grant? Hey, you've got some of the same goodies. Our last but not least student of the month for this portion. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm moving right along. The parents for Grant, are you here? Please stand. And our last but not least student of the month comes from our Adult Learning Educational Center. Mr. Spencer, he arrives early every single day. And he always sets the example. He's worked outside of class, after hours, to be successful. He's always willing to assist all the other learners and always helps his instructors. He's a member of the National Adult Education Honor Society. He is honest and courageous, a young man beyond his years. He does not know, if he does not know something, he is not willing to compromise. He is willing to go out and learn how to be a successful student. We are proud to present Jashawn Akee Spencer as the Adult Learning Education Superintendent Student of the Month. Jashawn? Does Jashawn have any family here with him? All right, there's his family. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much, family, for supporting your students. We look forward to our next set of Student of the Month, and I'd like to be able to not call our judges by name, but I want you to know that we have 2 community judges and 1 district judge. So I personally thank those judges. I want them to remain anonymous so that we do not skew any of our results. But I'm very appreciative that they take the time to be able to work with us. Thank you so very much. Yes, sir, and we'll move to our parent recognition next. Okay. Our parent recognition is to Ms. Catherine Burnett. Ms. Catherine Burnett reached out regarding her 2 children and a stress trauma that they were going through. The Northside family welcomed her students and helped Mom find some resources to help support her children and their family. Last week, the principal, Catherine Fanchette, sent this message to us. Hello, when you get time, can you please call me? I got a job at Walmart, and currently we have an abundance of school supplies. I've gotten approval to donate some to the school of my choice. Because of all you have done for me and my children, I'd like to donate it to Northside Elementary. Ms. Fanchette said, I did not know how many supplies that she meant. However, on October 12th, when we picked up the donation, it was nearly $10,000 worth of supplies. Our hearts are so full. As we begin to sort through the supplies, we're planning to share some of the gift with our fellow elementary schools. At this time, a humanitarian service is recognized and given to Ms. Catherine Burnett. All right, thank you so very much. And we have another recognition for the Band of Blue. I just want to be able, I don't know whether Mr. Finnegan is here. Okay. I just want to be able to recognize the Band of Blue for their accomplishments. They have won 2 outstanding awards, overall grand championship in the Coastal Empire Classic Marching Contest, as well as the overall grand championship at the Band Across Savannah Marching Band Contest of North Augusta. So I'm really proud of them. Would you stand and provide a round of applause for the Band of Blue? It's always a pleasure to recognize our community, to recognize our students, and to recognize our families for all the work that they put in. Schools exist for children, and it's in my intent to make sure that I recognize them for the good works that they do. I'll be back in front of you when we provide our Student Athletes of the Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cave. And this time, Mr. Kenny Blakeney, Clean School of the Month.
Thank you. What we've done is we've changed it around a little bit with our people that take score. Chris Strobel's not here anymore, so Ms. Riddell Sherrill does her part. And Mr. Thomas is not here anymore. Therefore, Ms. Latria Grant, my administrative assistant, does that. These 2 ladies are tough. So you'll see the scores going down a little bit, but they are thorough and tough, and they're doing a quality job for us. So in 3rd place, with a score of 81, Colleton County High School. Good job, Mr. Brown. In 2nd place, with a score of 82, Forest Hills Elementary School. And in first place with a score of 83, Bells Elementary School. They challenge me every month to get them in here. Mr. Jenkins, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Blakeney. Congratulations to those 3 schools. Keep up the good work. Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Reverend Jenkins. At this time, we'll move on to public input. Mr. Earl, do you have any input? Is there any input from the public? Do you have your form, or does she have it? Okay, great. Ms. McMillan, before you begin, I just want to say that the board welcomes the opportunity for you to share information concerning the district. Please be sure that you've read the guidelines, and I'll read those ahead of you. There's nothing in the law or anywhere here that prevents you from saying anything you wish today. Please refrain from commenting on any pending student or employee discipline or grievance matter. What you say will become public information, which is subject to Freedom of Information Act laws. If you choose to call specific employee names, and we suggest that you do not, it's the board chairman's duty to inform you that you could also be subject to defamation laws according to your statements. School district policy allows you for 3 minutes, and Ms. Sherwell will she'll time you, and I'll let you know when to begin, and we'll try to give you some heads up on that. Thank you for being respectful of the time. And board members and the superintendent are not required to respond to your comments.
Can I take this off? Okay.
But we will get back with you if there's something that you need.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Ms. Megan McMillan. Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Cave and members of the board. We are here today to make a stand for change. I believe that I can speak for every educator that is present today when I say that we are tired. We show up every day for our students despite COVID, despite unrealistic expectations, and despite our poor wages. We are the heartbeat of this district, but that fire that you are claiming to ignite is being suffocated. We are given 50 minutes each week to plan, create, grade, document, analyze data to guide instruction, and the rest of the list of requirements that we have been tasked with. That is an unrealistic expectation that causes us to lose time with our own families. Teachers in Colleton County should, by law, be provided an adequate amount of time each week to fulfill our duties so that we are not working for free in our homes. If you want quality instruction, then don't fill each week with meetings that hold no value. Allow us time to plan for our students. While we are on the subject of things that hold no value, let's discuss open court. There are so many inconsistencies with this curriculum that you may not see because you aren't the ones breaking down each lesson and teaching it. There are gaps that this curriculum does not fill, especially when starting in the upper elementary grade levels with children that have lost a year and a half of instruction due to COVID. We keep hearing that we need to meet students where they are, but this is not what they need. Then you all mandate that each individual assessment be graded as one. The problem with this is that each assessment consists of only 5 questions. There is no room for error, and it is not a true sample of what students have learned. I have personally been contacted by several concerned parents in our district because their children who are proficient readers are failing, and this is because of open court. If this continues, I can assure you that the next group that you will be hearing from are our parents. We were told in a meeting that the district was aware that student grades would drop. So are you truly igniting a fire for learning, or are you breaking their spirit? Last year, I had students begging for me to read more. They learned so much from our novel studies, and now they cringe when I tell them that it's time for reading. You're putting out that fire that we want to instill in our children. You wouldn't know that, though, because we don't see you. Dr. Cave has recently spent a brief amount of time in our building, but that has only resulted in her adding to our list of requirements. I have not seen a single board member visit our classrooms. If you are making decisions for our classrooms, then you need to spend time in there. Get to know our students. Get to know us. See firsthand if the decisions that you are making are in the best interest of our students of Colleton County School District. Not only are you putting out our students' flames, but you are putting out ours as well. You don't know us, but we are amazing educators. I don't know everyone in our district, but I can assure you that our district is full of amazing educators that love their students. In the last year, we have kept this district afloat with our abilities to modify and adjust everything that we have known about teaching, and we did this with fidelity. We kept that passion alive because we are good at what we do. We don't need anyone to micromanage us or to give us scripted lessons. Let our creativity shine like you wish for the students of Colleton County.
I don't have any other public comment cards. However, I do have a number of public comment that was sent via email. Bear with me as I have a couple of them. Sorry. The first. Sorry about that. The first is from John Colleton, and it reads, "At the last board meeting, the state test scores were discussed. Our district scores were minimal. Our district is failing our students, but instead of focusing on our kids' education, the new superintendent is focusing on how she can punish those who don't obey her dictates. At the last policy meeting, speaking of her staff, she said, and I quote, 'I need a way to be able to discipline them.' This was in regards to staff who do not want to undergo weekly asymptomatic COVID testing. When asked by a board member if the policy included everything she wanted in it, she responded that the policy had not been written yet. The superintendent wants a blank check policy to be able to punish those who don't fall in line. Her stated reason was because she needs to know who is carrying the virus. However, vaccinated staff can opt out of the testing, even though it is proven that vaccinated people can carry, catch, and transmit the virus as well. Not to mention the fact that students aren't being tested. So it seems this policy has nothing to do with knowing who has the virus and everything to do with control. It is a known fact that we have a teacher shortage, and the new superintendent is trying to alienate even more teachers and staff who choose not to comply with this ridiculous testing. The COVID number have dropped drastically. Weekly asymptomatic testing isn't even needed now, but she wants the power to punish those who stand against mandates. I hope this board is wise enough to push the focus back on educating our children and not giving the power to punish to someone who isn't focused on our scores, on our children. If our board allows this, I fear there will be a mass exodus from our district. And judging by the state scores, we need to be able to find a way to keep and attract all the good teachers we can get, not threaten to punish them for standing up for their rights. It is very disconcerting and heartbreaking to know that at this time when our staff feels overworked, overwhelmed, and underappreciated, that our leadership is looking for a way to punish instead of ways to encourage, motivate, and support the staff. Which direction does the board want? The choice is yours, board." The next public input is from Chrissy Avery. "Good morning. I'm a concerned parent of a 7th grader at Colleton County Middle School. I know they've had issues with the internet and it doesn't seem to be working or getting fixed. I'd like to know when this problem will be resolved. My child is telling me he is only doing work in 2 classes at the moment and his teachers are having a hard time printing work for them because the printers are hooked to Wi-Fi. This is affecting his learning and his grades. I do not think it's fair for any student. I understand the problem is being looked into, but something needs to be done. Someone who works at the school said it's hectic with teachers running back and forth to the printers. Teachers do not know how to teach and asking how to do this and that, even mentioned of middle school going back to virtual till it's resolved. My child deserves an education just like any other child. A plan needs to be put in place to help the kids during this time. Thanks, Christine Avery." The next public comment is from Ms. Samantha Flatten. It states, "Please excuse my absence from this evening. My daughter has an athletic event. I did not want to submit public input because many of the items on your agenda could be detrimental to our schools. Masks. The burden of proof is on the school district to show the value in continuing the mask. Numerous requests to see the data behind your decision for masks have been submitted and ignored. I now publicly request to see the data supporting your mandate. Noting data cited from organizations such as the CDC and teachers' unions is now a political statement and has no place in our school district. If masks are meant to be a tool to mitigate risk, they should only be mandatory when there is a clear and an unambiguous risk. Given what we know about COVID in children, the data repeatedly suggests that such a risk simply is not present in a school environment. Forcing every student to wear a mask for 7 hours a day seems to be more of a political consideration than a science-based public health policy. In the end, I would argue that just as hard as if you were trying to ban masks in schools, it's a parental decision, end of story. Asymptomatic testing. This is discrimination, segregation, politics, overreach, and are not the actions of a free democracy. It is the school district's responsibility to teach our children about good health practices, how immune systems work, how viruses mutate, etc. Provide our kids with the knowledge that they will grow into adults like our teachers and parents. They can make the best choices for their own health. The civic rights infringements have gone too far. This already distressed school district cannot afford to lose the thing that it needs the most, our teachers. Our teachers are fully capable of knowing the risk and how to keep themselves and coworkers safe. Dr. Cave's acknowledgement that as a vaccinated individual, she can still carry and spread the virus during her request for this policy says enough. Colleton County has a moderate incidence rate with a 91.6 recovery rate over 2 weeks, according to South Carolina DHEC. The only policy you should be considering is to present people with clear information, let them sort through the risk, and allow them to make the appropriate choice for themselves and their children. Arts Now Grant. I request a copy of the grant proposal that was submitted on behalf of the district. This is a public information according to Arts Now. One of the guidelines for the grant was to include how to plan to implement the program. The eligibility of the funds the district has received, such as the ESSER and Arts Now, require a certain amount of SEL staff training and instructional time for the students. As we are fully aware of SEL, it is an avenue for CRT to enter our classrooms beyond the already popular programs that our schools are utilizing, like Brain Pop and Prodigy. The Arts Now initiative is an exceptional program if centered around basic courses of study, not the ideological, political, and immoral views of some. I thank you for your time and for accepting my input via email. Ms. Flatten. The next public input was also submitted by Ms. Flatten via email, though it lists a public input form as anonymous. When I think of the mask policy that is set up for us in Colleton County, I try to think on how we got to this point to enforce it. Yes, we all know that COVID is real, and we all know that someone has been sick from it or died. I personally got COVID back in the first part of September, and for me it was really not really any different than when I had the flu in the past. I understand that you are the school board. You have to look at what you think is right for our county, and by doing this policy, it is not what is best. Our children are growing up without any identity of who they are among their friends and peers. Growing up, we all had to stay in school on what went on. That's why we had the student government to bring things to the administration attention about things going in school or to change. We now, as a society, gotten away from allowing our children to bring things on what they feel would benefit them as a whole, to now being told no masks, don't come to school. School is for educational purposes and for them to learn. As our children go into the adult world, we are setting up a society for failure because of how our children are now being told what to do and allowing them and their parents to speak on what's best for them. I personally feel that the policy should go away. If parents want to send their children with a mask on, so be it, but do not punish the parents and children that are being told they have to or else. Parents send their children to school to learn, and as a school board, it's your responsibility to make sure they are learning what they are taught. They cannot learn to the fullest while being at home, looking at the computer and being separated from their fellow students and teachers. Do what is right and make it an option for the parents, because if you don't, you are setting our children's future in jeopardy of what may come in the future as they grow older. The next public input was also submitted by Ms. Samantha Flatten, though on the input form it says anonymous. I wonder if they are aware that we only have one day of planning and it has been cut to 50 minutes instead of 60. I have a passion for teaching and it is my calling, but I am so mentally tired not having any time to prepare my lessons for the kids. The other 3 days we are in a meeting with either the coaches, psychologists, or administration. We do get one day with our grade level team. I have a strong feeling many more teachers will be leaving at the end of the year. Please keep this confidential. I'm a shy person, but when you are tired, you are tired. The next public input was submitted by Ms. Samantha Flatten, though on the public input form, it lists anonymous. As a person who has retired from public service, I can appreciate the precarious position of school board members and their staff. As I am sure you can appreciate the concerns of the parents who oppose the mask mandate. There are scores of arguments pro and con on this subject. I will not labor you with my interpretation of these. I simply ask that the school board give the question of whether a mask is required for all students careful deliberation. I believe a child should see the faces in their lives, bring oxygen in their lungs, speak without their voices being muffled through a mask, and those beautiful smiles unmasked for you to see. I believe in pro-choice. That concludes the public comments. Many of the items that were shared with the board will be addressed later in the meeting or in the reports of the staff that are provided. At this time, I'll call on Ms. Mary Jones for the superintendent's report.
Superintendent's report. Mary Jones. Superintendent's operational update, COVID update numbers, virtual learning plan update, school visits, partnership, Art Now.
Okay, thank you. Art Now, grant award in safety study, salary study. Safety and security, Wesley McNeely. Is he here?
Dr. Cade is first.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Cade.
Okay, good evening again. My report is a little lengthy this evening, but I'll try to move through it quickly so that I can cover those points that are most important. Our current enrollment is 4,996 students in person. Our after-school care continues to thrive. Our after-school activities have resumed. Some things that I will be involved in the next couple of weeks. I'm the luncheon speaker for the Title I conference representing Colleton County. I currently serve as a board member for our South Carolina After School Leaders Empowerment at the Raleigh Institute at Furman University. I want to explain to you what that means. That means that because I serve on that board, that provides after-school activities and after-school funding for our students in Colleton County to make our after-school programs more robust. So I'm not just sitting in my office. I'm getting lots of things for our children so that our Colleton County School District can continue to thrive. Tapped to be a roundtable facilitator for K-12 transformation at the National Superintendent's Forum in San Diego, California. I'll be representing the school district at that as well. And then, of course, I attend the Superintendent's Roundtable every month, so I learn more about what some of the other superintendents are doing. I'd like to draw your attention to this slide. You should have the PowerPoint in your handouts there. Where we look at our after-school program numbers, you'll see the number of children in aftercare, and you'll also see the number of children that are a part of our robotics program. Our after-school tutorial programs currently involve our ESOL children. We have 96 children there. Our McKinney-Vento has 10, and our GAP program has 120 students involved. So let's look at what I have been doing as a focus on district school improvement. I have made several school visits and walkthroughs with the principals currently since our last board meeting. I've been to Northside Elementary. I've been to Hendersonville. I've been to Forest Hills to make sure that I visited the special education classes there. That was my intent of that visit. I've been to Blackstreet Elementary. I've been to Colleton County High, as well as to Colleton County Middle School. I've attended leadership meetings at Bells and Hendersonville, as well as I've done weekly virtual professional learning opportunities with the principals. In order to move the school district, principals have to be trained. So we've been working on observation and feedback, K through 12. We worked on today for about an hour and 45 minutes on leading the rebound, how to be able to build teacher agency so that they get efficacy and understanding how to be able to move forward. Informational sessions on discipline with the hearing officer from 6 through 12. We conducted that, and our new safety and security officer, Mr. McNeely, conducted that. We've had a session with the elementary principals on open court assessment so they understand how to leverage that support from teachers in their building, K through 5. We've had bi-weekly virtual professional learning communities with our assistant principals so that they know how to support the teachers as well as the principals. And then we have our weekly cabinet meetings with our great team on organizational leadership at the district level. So let's take a look at what's going on at the high school. Early college, we have a collaboration with the University of South Carolina at Salkehatchie. Our inaugural cohort class will be graduating in 2025, but it begins spring 2022. So qualified applicants must be in the 9th grade or rising 9th grade students to have the following minimum winter map scores. They have to have a RIT score of 225 and a reading score of 900. Students must enter winter map reading and math assessments in person for score consideration. So it's a collaboration between Salkehatchie, our Walterboro campus, and for us to have an early college high school. We're really excited about the opening of that in this coming spring. We're looking forward to being able to have a collaboration with Springboard by College Board that allows for our children to be really prepared for college and career readiness and to bring those skills into live discussion with them so that they can enhance their learning. Let's talk a little bit more about our dual enrollment and where that's taking us so that we're not putting a downplay on dual enrollment. We're accentuating both dual enrollment as well as early college because we want to make sure that we take care of those children who are not proficient, but we're making sure we take care of the children who are proficient as well. Students who desire to make sure that they have the academic rigor for college, we continue to take those courses through dual enrollment at University of South Carolina at Salk, but then we also offer the early college for those children who want to have a concentrated pathway so that they can earn their associate's degree simultaneously while they get their high school diploma. These are the degrees that we're looking to offer for the early college. Elementary, since we do have a teacher shortage, we're going to grow our own right here in Colleton County. So we're working to do Teach Colleton campaign, and we're working to bring the Call Me Mr. program, as well as work with the University of South Carolina to grow our own. The Bachelor of Science in Nursing, we're working on that pre-licensure track there, so we're really excited that. And then the Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies. So we're making some great strides to offer opportunities for our children so that they can stay here and they can go to the University of South Carolina at Salkehatchie, and we can build our community stronger. Our schools, our communities are only as strong as our schools make them. So currently our dual enrollment participation at our high school, and I've done some trend data here so you can see where we declined and where we increased. I'm always upfront and transparent about where we are and where we need to head. So let's look at the bottom. In spring 2019, we had 90 students. In the fall 18, we had 70. And then fall 2019, 104. In spring 2020, we had 124. Then in fall 2020, we had 100. In spring 2021, we had 77. And now we're on our rise back again. We're having fall, we have 95. So we continue to work on making sure our children get duly enrolled and understand the importance of what it takes to be able to earn a high school diploma as well as to earn some college credits at the same time.
Now, or do you prefer that? Wait, I can hold off on that.
You can ask it now.
Okay. Well, I'm confused a little bit, or would like some explanation about the difference between the dual enrollment and the early college.
Okay.
Specifically, dual enrollment, it's my understanding, is that's a lottery-based, paid-for program. And early college, which would begin as a freshman, does that mean the district pays for those classes for students to take at the University of Salkehatchie?
The early college program is not something that we pay for. They have to have the particular average, and they get in that class, and it's of no cost.
Okay.
Yeah, but it earns a degree at the end. And when they get in the 11th and 12th grade, that's when they begin to get some additional money earned on their college degree, so that they can earn their four-year scholarship.
Okay.
Earn their four-year degree.
So by starting in the spring of 2020, of next spring, then those qualified students would have to have those qualifying scores this fall.
Right, so
Okay.
we identify those children in the spring, and then they would have to have those qualifying scores, yes.
And do they actually apply?
Yes, they do
Okay.
apply.
Okay.
They
And so
do
that
apply, and they
process-
go through a rigorous interview process, and we'll have a family kickoff and all of that parent informational sessions, which we're working with Dean Dr. Nesbitt to get all of that organized. Yes, ma'am.
All good news. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So let's look at some of the additional things that I'm working on as superintendent in my update, so I can explain to the community what I'm working on. So our focus on community relations to address our gang issues in our schools and community. So what I have done since the last board meeting, I've met with our public defender, Kimberly Jordan, to make sure that I understand the process and what our children go through when they are met with some inconsistencies or met with some challenges in terms of gang relationships and gang violence. I've met with the Department of Juvenile Justice, Torsha Anderson. I've also met with the South Carolina Department of Juvenile Justice, Bobby Black, so that we can reactivate our task center sites in Colleton County. We don't have those anymore, but we're working to open a teen after-school center for a prevention and intervention program for our children in Colleton County. And then also Ready for Life, so that I can have a center for fathers and families, an evening program for young men ages 16 to 25 as a deterrent program for those children as well. Then we're working with Clemson University, already started working on that partnership grant with them. They reached out to me in order to work on a leadership development academy for our principals and our APs, and then excited that our children, identified children, will get to attend, some juniors and seniors will get to go to Clemson this summer to attend their SAT boot camp. I can definitely say that that's an excellent program. My children, they're 35 and 34 now. They attended the SAT boot camp at Clemson University, and it just changed who they were as individuals. So it really works. It's been in existence that long. Some additional points to consider. We have a partnership grant, and I think you probably have the letter there with the county library. With our school district, we're going to have a big Colleton County community read where all of our children in our schools, as well as in our private schools, as well as in our Christian schools, we're doing a big partnership with all of those schools. We are the author of the collaboration, so that we will have local authors. It will be local books. The children in our school district will select the books, and we have community partners that will do a Colleton County community read, and that will kick off in April. We're excited about that opportunity that presents itself. Then we have another community focus where we have primary health and behavioral health and mental health with Feta Health. We met with them this morning, and we have several of our schools that are going to take advantage of the partnership that will launch in January. They'll come in as host sites, and we'll have mobile health and a school-based health clinic that will come into our schools for dental, primary health, and behavioral health that will come into our buildings. And then, of course, our very own Coastal Empire Mental Health continues to expand their services to all schools and redefining their process of referral services. Right. We continue our plan for virtual learning. That's the buzz. Approval for our virtual learning program has been received. It will be a full-time virtual learning program. We currently have 147 students who will participate. Our kickoff will be, didn't change that date. I apologize. It's going to be November. What is the date? November 1st. So that date is an error. I apologize for that. We read through this many times and I didn't catch it. November 1st. It will be synchronous and asynchronous live instruction for core content and then recorded for related arts lessons. It will be taught by our CCSD teaching staff, those who are willing to do that with dual modality, and they will be paid to do dual modality. That's required by law, and we would be paying them a really nice token of our appreciation for their hard work. Virtual learning program and policies. We have a parent handbook, a student handbook, as well as a staff handbook. We'll continue to have lunch pickup for materials and supplies at the school sites. And then, of course, it has the virtual learning evaluation program as required by the state. And then we'll have tutorial services offered by our teachers who would like to be able to work for pay from 5 to 7 as well. And as we begin to have our parental opening for that, we will have that in person as well as a virtual opportunity for our parents to have find out more information about our virtual learning program. We're working now to identify our teachers. Mr. Warren and Ms. Williams are working to identify our teachers. We met with our principals this morning, so they'll be working to identify the staff.
Our staff are change over to the dual modality to teach the students that are in person as well as those that will be going into the virtual academy. The funding for that dual modality will be paid for by ESSER funds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have allotted that money in ESSER.
Is there any other operational cost?
No, ma'am, there are no other operational costs.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. So, the Arts Now grant. I was the author, along with the director for the Arts Now grant, along with the 3 principals here. Over the summer, had the opportunity to work with Ms. Williams, identifying the schools that would be the schools that were most likely to receive the arts grant based upon their identification criteria. Cottageville Elementary, Forest Hills Elementary, and Northside Elementary. We're not the only district in the Southeast that received the grant. Florence County has 2 schools, and Clayton County has 1 school, Clayton County, Georgia, but Colleton County has 3 schools that are a part of the grant, and it is a 5-year grant. It will change the lives of children in those 3 schools. It allows for literacy implementation. It allows for creativity and innovation. It allows for teachers to be able to just create wonderful opportunities for children to integrate oral language development and artistic ability, creative thought, and creative expression. So the children in those 3 schools, and it will actually permeate the other schools because all of the arts teachers will be able to be a part of the professional development that they can take back and integrate in their schools as well. Dual modality, we currently have our dual modality working with our quarantine students, and because of some of the mitigating strategies that we've used for COVID-19, our current enrollment for our dual modality students is only 13. students now. We have 5 teachers. We probably have more that are working in dual modality, but I wanted to present to you, we only have 5 teachers who have turned in their dual modality timesheets now. So those are the students who have been paid for their services to this point.
Record keeping, timekeeping throughout the semester, and then by semester, or do they get paid every regular paycheck for additional time?
Now, I don't have that answer,
Okay.
and I will look to Ms. Every 2 weeks, thank you.
Time sheets every 2 weeks, but it's gonna fall on when the pay period comes and when it's turned in for finance. So when they end a 2-week period, they'll turn their time sheet in, and then when the next pay period comes up, they'll receive that.
And that would probably be the same then too for those instructors in the virtual academy?
Yeah, they'll probably include it on their regular paycheck.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Next is our salary study. And here I've outlined the portions of the salary study. I read those before, so I won't go through those. Those are just the dates of the salary study, when it went out on the pavement to be for the RFP, when it was returned, when we awarded the contract, when the work would begin, and then the completion of the work around February 15th. That was an RFP. So I wanted to outline for you the approach. It's a very intensive process. Here's step 1. It's project initiation and data requirements, initial meetings. I found the need to have a salary study after looking at some of the inconsistency across the board, looking at pay and looking at the need for us to be able to try to give my teachers who desperately need a raise. So in order to be able to do that, I needed to be able to look at every facet of pay from classification as well as certified. Department head input. They'll be looking at employee data, payroll data, org charts, pay and classification plans, salary schedules, as well as personnel policies. We'll have an external market review of position classified survey instrument, and then we will have a job profile questionnaire that will be sent out to employees. It'll be an easy-to-use format that should be used. And not sue. I promise you that should be used. Achieving internal equity. It'll be a report of study, the study conclusion implementation, and an option prepared for the district. And here are all the deliverables, which I'm excited about. They'll give us a finalized work plan. They'll give us a project contract. They'll give us survey instruments. They'll give us a recommendation for a compensation design. They will also interview our department heads. They will classify data capturing and a review. They'll recommend a new compensation structure. They will revise our grade class order. They'll reclassify recommendations if applicable, and all of that information will be presented to me and presented to the board. So it's going to be an awesome study that will allow us to be able to see where our gaps are, and hopefully at the end result will be an increase in pay for our employees. And you'll hear more about the cost of that from our Chief Financial Officer when she comes up to do her report.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I have one for clarification. What was the date of this being approved for the study to go forward? I mean, the study to go forward, but have we actually hired somebody?
The study does not have to be approved to go forward. It is an RFP, and the RFP was already, there's a process for the RFP. You gave me approval to go ahead and conduct it, so we did all of the process for the RFP.
Okay.
And we've already awarded the contract for them.
Thank you very much.
We have to approve the pay, though.
Yes.
Which has not been done, and that will be done tonight.
Yep, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Sure.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I asked during questions because I didn't want to ask too many, Dr. Cave. With regards to what the salary study when will it be complete? Are we looked as far as timing? Is it?
Yes, it'll be completed in February, before budget, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
We'll be cutting it close, but we'll make it.
Okay.
Yes.
And then with regards to the award of contract, I mean, it says it's already been awarded, and I know that that's not truly the case because we still have to approve that to be awarded.
We have
Although-
to approve the pay.
Right.
The RFP process allows the district to be able to put the contract on the pavement, meaning put it out in the public. We have to then go through the process for them to submit the proposal. The district staff then meets to go through the proposal. They determine who they want to award the contract with. We have a certain number of days that we have to alert them to who has been awarded the contract, and then we bring it back to the board to award the payment. So we have to pay them. So that's the process.
But the district has already selected the individual
Yes.
they want to contract once approved by
Yes.
the board. Gotcha, I just wanted to
Yes.
clarify that. Thank you.
Right. Okay, all right. So our grant activity, now for ESSA 2, this was presented before. We still have remaining about $5 million, $272,291 $16 there left in ESSA 2. We're continuing to invoice the various parts of that. And then our grant activity for ESSA 3, we have not spent any of that money. It is still pending approval. At my last superintendent's meeting, we've only had probably about 20 of those grants approved so far. It's in pending approval in school facilities office, so we're waiting on that piece.
Dr. Cave, as we know, later in the board meeting, we'll receive some information on projects that potentially will be funded by ESSER 3. Does the state give us any indication, are they of that approval, and what, when we'll know when they will approve it so that we can make the plans for these projects?
We'll know in the next couple of weeks if it's approved. We had to submit some architectural drawings and some various things that had to be submitted. So I would say in the next 30 days or so, we'll have approval.
Terrific. Thank you.
Yes. And I'm going to step to the side, and I'm going to let our outstanding medical advisor, I call her, our lead nurse, Dania Dangle.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
Before you, you will see our weekly numbers. And this is for the week of October the 11th to the 15th. As you can see, our numbers have tremendously gone down. For student positives, we only had 2. Student quarantines, 15, and no staff positives or staff in quarantine. And then I did break it down by elementary schools there. We had no positives in our elementary schools, 1 in the middle school positive, 1 high positive, no one across the district. And we do have 13 students that are currently in the dual modality. Next, we will mention our vaccine incentive program. That has been going well. In our efforts to stop the spread of COVID, we do have over 688 staff members as to date that have turned in their attestation forms and a copy of their vaccine cards. Our staff vaccinations have increased from, I think, when we first started, it was like 30%. We now have about 79% of our staff that's vaccinated. And our student vaccine incentives, we have about 61 of our students that have been vaccinated as to date of the 18th. And I think that we're going in the right direction as far as that mitigation strategy is concerned. So let's talk a little bit about asymptomatic testing and why should we test. We know that we're testing because this is a screening that is a screening tool that is used to identify those who may be asymptomatic, not showing any symptoms, that may have COVID and are unaware. So that's one reason why we would like to test. We know that prolonged contact equals a higher possibility of exposure. We have to think about our students and staff being enclosed in buildings for 7.5 hours a day. We are in close proximity. We do our best to make sure that we are spaced at least to 3 feet, which is the recommended guidance. But we are still in close proximity, so we do need to keep that in mind as well. We also test because if we test, it'll prevent transmission of the COVID virus. That allows us to catch anyone that may be positive and be unaware and immediately isolate that person or place them in quarantine, and then also begin the contact tracing process. It also gives us an assurance to not only just our staff, but our students and our parents that if we can eliminate the spread of COVID within our schools, then our schools can stay open and stay open safely. And then, again, like I said, it helps us to start the contact tracing process early, which can be a tedious process. But if we're able to identify those persons very early, we can immediately start that contact tracing process. That allows people to remember who they were around without prolonging that actual process. And we want to make sure that we are putting our kids first, because that is our number one safety practice and our number one vision for our district. We want to make sure that our students, our staff, everyone remains safe. We also put together an asymptomatic testing schedule. And with this schedule, we did go back and revise it. So after speaking with the company, we were able to get them to agree to be on campus all day for our elementary schools 3 days a week, with the exception of our early childhood center. We don't have as many staff members there, so that would be 2 days a week. And there's a designated location, a private location where they can go in to be tested. Staff members can come at any time during that school day to be tested. The only people that will be aware of their test results will be the person themselves, the school nurse, and then myself will be alerted of any positive test results. We have received 217 staff members that would like to be exempt from the weekly testing by filling out the exemption forms. And other than that, I think we will be ready to rock and roll with this asymptomatic testing. And I think that is a good program that we can put in place to provide an additive safety measure. We will continue to use the Binax Now testing. We do that on campus now at all of our schools. For anyone who is exhibiting any symptoms, they can go to the school nurse. That is for staff and students. They can go to the school nurse and be tested. If the student is not at school, they can call their school nurse and schedule an appointment for that testing. So that is something that we are still doing as well.
I want to interject right here at this point to be able to present this slide. Thank you. I want to interject at this point. This is a slide that comes from from DHEC about their work with school districts in South Carolina. We have 60 school districts in South Carolina that do the rapid testing, and as well as the federal program Operation ET. We have 1 district and 3 schools, and then we also have the turnkey testing vendors, what we are looking to do, the asymptomatic testing. We have 28 current districts that do it as well, and then 3 separate schools and other school districts that do that as well. And then we also have symptomatic testing for diagnosis, and then testing for the 7-day shortened quarantine, and screening testing is what those turnkey testing vendors are doing, as what Nurse Dangle is talking about. Thank you.
That completes my presentation. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Nurse Dingle, thank you
Yes.
for that. Question, can you explain to me what the exemption options are?
In order to fill out for an exemption, you just need to complete the form. All staff members were allotted that form, and you need to be fully vaccinated.
Okay.
So you complete that form, present a copy of your vaccine card, and you can be exempt.
And Nurse Dingle, we're looking at this for board approval on the policy, but I'm pulling it up now. And we'll work on that in the policy items of the agenda. But as it is right now, the policy states that our district will continue to monitor the spread. I'm trying to get to how long this testing is proposed.
I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm sure that we will look at community spread and the cases in our schools, and I'm sure we will, go back to whether or not we need to continue it.
As we're speaking about it, I want to make sure that the public knows that as we look at this policy and consider the adoption of the asymptomatic testing, there is, it says on a starting date to be determined by the superintendent, but I know this will be in front of the board here in the next, in just a moment, but I just want to be clear on what it is we're considering. Can someone help me about the superintendent shall regularly monitor this rating and report to the board when the rating has dropped below the moderate or high status for board consideration of further action. Is there anything else that, with reference to how long the testing will take place, that anyone has any questions about?
No, and right now Carlton County is in moderate, so they have not reached the low.
Great.
Just so that everyone's aware of that.
So this is exemption status. You said for every employee who has received the vaccine, if they apply, they can be exempted?
Yes, they have to be fully vaccinated and fill out that exemption form, and they will be exempt from the weekly testing.
Okay.
I feel the board will consider this during the policy portion of the agenda. But I did want to hear, Nurse Dingle, were you going to go over the DHEC changes in court? Wasn't there a more recent change in quarantine?
There was a recent change for the close contact. So basically, if you are considered a close contact and you are wearing your mask properly, you do not have to quarantine. So as a district, we will definitely investigate those cases that come about. The nurses will investigate that, and once we make that determination and that student was wearing their mask properly, then they wouldn't have to quarantine if they were identified. And that is the new DHEC guidance.
This is wonderful news. I just want to make sure that parents of students understand that because they are properly wearing masks during the school day, if they come in contact with someone that does test positive, they no longer have to quarantine because they're wearing masks. It does not, there's no determination in how long or how close.
It's within that 3 to 6 feet. If they were wearing their mask properly, they do not have to quarantine.
Great news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other
Thank
questions?
you.
That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
That concludes my report unless there's some additional questions. Okay. I'd like permission to make an adjustment and just switch for the athletic report to come before safety and security. I seek permission to do that since I have 2 students here and I'd like for them to be able to get home. All right. So I'd like to call Mr. Coach Austin, our Director of Athletics. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Giving the athletics update, I wanted to start by giving a couple of numbers. We went over the information today just to talk about the increase with student participation. As you know, last year participation was down because of COVID and the students being on quarantine. This year it's up tremendously. Currently, we have for the high school over 250 student athletes who have done registration for athletics and over 200 of them who have completed the registration process. So that's great for us. And then with the middle school, we have 163 student athletes who started the registration process and over 115 who have completed. So our numbers are looking good and they're heading in the right direction, especially considering we've only had 1 season. So we still got 2 more seasons to go. When we talk about updates, we're finishing up the winter season. We've got volleyball. Our volleyball teams finished in 5th place. They were very close to making the playoffs this year. They did very well. They played, and they were put in a bad situation because of the quarantine, because they missed almost 4 weeks of practice and participation. And then when we came back, they took another week just to practice and get reacclimated. And for them to make up those games, and they ended up playing every team at least twice, so they did a really good job. They played 3 straight weeks of 3 games. They put in the work. They weren't really getting much practice or rest, but they just really enjoyed it, and I'm really proud of them. Our middle school team made the playoffs this year for the first time, being in the Beaufort County League. Unfortunately, they lost in the first round, but just seeing them bounce back after last year was just great. The highlight for volleyball this season was that our varsity team finished second in the PRTC tournament, invitational tournament this year in the gold bracket, so they were really excited about that. We've got cross country. We've had our most number of athletes in over 5 years. Many of the members were new, but they had real strong showings and personal bests in just about every meet. They are not finished. They're currently practicing and getting ready for their region championship and a chance to make the playoff or the state championship on October 30th. So we'll be seeing them come up, and hopefully we'll send a couple of those student athletes to the lower state and state. Our girls tennis team, they bounced back after not having a team last year. We had over 9 members, first time that, most of them are first time competing, so for them it was just real positive just to see them out there and just giving 100%. So we're real proud of their determination, their resilience, and they never put their heads down. They know they were playing some of the best athletes in the state, are usually someone from our region wins the state championship, so they work really hard. Football team, they're competing for a chance to make the playoffs still. They have 2 more games remaining. They play this Friday versus May River. We'll be traveling to Bluffton, and then next Friday we have a home game against Beaufort. So we bounced back after last year only having 40 athletes in the middle, the JV, and the high school to now having over 120 athletes this year. So that's a huge increase. The middle school team's going to play their last game tomorrow. They're going to be traveling to Bluffton Middle, and JV and varsity will play their final regular season games next week. JV has a home game on Thursday. It'll be their final home game. If you can come out and support them, please do. And the varsity team will have their final home game next Friday. And again, if you can come out and support them, we ask that you please do. At this time, I want to introduce our Students of the Month. If we can have Mr. Narquez Fields come forward. Narquez is our, oh, I'm sorry, I did this backwards.
You did, but I got this too.
Narquez, I'm sorry. I want to apologize to Narquez. He is not the female student of the month. Narquez is the male student of the month. He's probably one of my favorite students, and you know you're not supposed to have favorites, but this young man actually comes to my office and checks in with me every day. He does not pass by my office by sticking his head in and say, "Hi, Unc." I don't know how I became Unc, but he stops over and he says hi every day. He was, he was nominated by Coach Howell, and Coach Howell is a man of few words, and he said that he is a great kid, a great student, and a hard worker. And I would like to say the same. He is a great kid, a great student, and a hard worker, and he's going to do great things in the future. Narquez Fields. Now, our female student of the month, and I'm going to say this right, Caitlin Dubois, correct? All right. Caitlin is our female student of the month. She's a senior and a member of the girls' varsity tennis team. She's one of the captains and one of the leaders. She was nominated by Coach Brawley. Coach Brawley stated that although Caitlin's first year to play tennis, she has put in great work and become one of the best athletes on the team. She gives 100% on the court and in the classroom with over a 4.7 GPA and quickly became a leader on the team. Only regret is that we will not have her again next year.
they'll get a hand-delivered package that's a little more conducive to an athlete tomorrow by me.
One of the initiatives this year is to make sure that our student athletes are getting exactly what they need, not just on the court, but also off the field. We sponsored, the athletic department sponsored the SAT prep course for our student athletes. We had 10 athletes show up. This past Saturday, they gave up their entire day to do a prep course, SAT prep course. They spent 3 hours in the morning actually learning different test-taking techniques, and then actually sat through an entire SAT test that afternoon. They did very well. We got really good really good feedback. And then afterwards, the gentleman, Dr. Eicher, he sat with each athlete and went over their test results and gave them some test-taking techniques. It was a really good course. I actually attended the course with them, and we're planning to do this again in the spring for the juniors and the sophomores. So this is something that we want to start doing every year. I'm also setting up meetings to meet with, I'm sorry.
No, that's awesome. I just want to say that is amazing. And I think well worth all the effort that you are putting into that. Just want to say yay and thanks. Mr. Eckner, is he employed?
Dr. Eicher is a former Duke professor. He came very highly recommended. He's done Charleston County, he's done some schools in Beaufort County. I reached out to some of my contacts and everybody just gave raving reviews. He works with students on the college level, and he does everything he can to kind of prepare kids to get to the next level. So
That is just wonderful. And our district is paying for him to come
Yes,
and
ma'am.
do this for,
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to make sure that everyone is aware this does happen again in the spring for parents who would like their children to participate.
Yes,
in that.
ma'am.
Often that communication doesn't always happen to the parents, and I know the parents are going to be interested in that. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for your work.
thank you. I'm also setting up meetings to meet with most of our junior and senior student athletes so that we can discuss options for participation in collegiate athletics, or if they just want to sit down and talk about what it is they need to do to prepare to get into college and to get them to the next level. Just using some of my former guidance background to kind of help them get to the next level. We had senior night this past Friday. We recognized all of our football, volleyball, cheer, cross country, tennis, and our band members. It was a really good event. We were able to get through that. We also had our Hall of Fame night, and we were real excited about just being able to do this in front of a pretty large crowd. So thank you. I'm not sure. Future needs, we're looking at trying to do some signage where we really feel like we have to do more to kind of encourage the kids and get them excited. So we would like to do a marketing plan, a school spirit marketing plan. We met with a company this past summer, and they came and did some mock-ups for us. And we're real excited about the potential of just doing some signage around the school and some things to improve school spirit. Our students are coming back with a vengeance. They really want to play, so we're just excited about excited about the possibility of taking advantage of this. We're looking at some upgrades to the field for football, for the middle school, doing some improvements to our field, and then also at the high school to work on improving the drainage problem. And wait, I'm gonna leave it there. We also want to do some fencing for our field at the middle school to kind of put a fence around the track so that we can separate the fans from the athletes while they're out there playing. That was one of the concerns by some of the coaches. Then we're also looking at improving our volleyball courts for, they want to do more tournaments, and we really want to encourage them to do more tournaments. And with our PRTC tournament, we're only able to have 2 courts at that school. So we want to put another court. So it would be changing the direction of the courts and putting actually 2 courts in the main gym so that we can have 3 teams playing, or 3 games going on simultaneously, and invite more people. So that's a huge improvement. So we'll be looking at possibly, doing that in the future. So, any questions?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
I heard you talk about the Hall of Fame,
Yes, sir.
and I still need to get with you and talk about having one where we can get some participation from the roughing community.
Yes, sir.
Because there's a lot of athletes and good students that way.
Yes,
that
sir.
graduated from roughing that we need to recognize. And
Yes, sir.
Somehow or another, we got to get enough people to know about those students and be able to vote on them with good conscience to get them in.
Yes, sir. So we can call a meeting with the committee and sit down and talk to them about the application process and then how we can move forward with that to make sure it's more inclusive for everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Austin, how many people are on that committee and how are they just selected?
That committee was selected prior to me being here. I think currently there are about 6 or 7 members on the committee from different high schools from within Colleton County. At one time, they were part of they're alumni of one of those high schools, yes.
Job well done, Mr. Austin.
Yes.
You're working with the complete child, and I think that's real rewarding to hear.
Thank you.
Coach Austin, with what you said earlier, being given a nickname by one of your students or athletes, you can consider that a badge of honor.
Well,
because
I
that
do.
means you, and I know you do. That means you had an effect on that young man's life, which means you've had an effect on a lot of them, most of them's life, and that's what we look for in all of our teachers, administrators, and staff. So,
Well, I thank
good
you.
job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here to do my section. My name is Wesley McNeely. I was recently hired to be the new safety and security coordinator for the district. This is my first board meeting. It's an honor to be here in front of you, and I do believe it's an honor for me to have this position. I've expressed to Dr. Cave numerous occasions, I love this job. I'm glad I'm here, and I tell her all the time, whatever you've got, bring it to me, let's go. So we can go ahead and get started with this. As you can see from this, I've got 8 years previous military experience. I've got a total of 18 years in education. 12 of that, I was the head of the Cumberland County Alternative School. Many of the jobs and tasks related to this position, I did at a school level for the alternative school. Discipline hearings, all discipline aspects, guidance, counselors' positions to change schedules. All of these things were part of my job there. I worked closely with the district. They called him an emergency management coordinator, but it's this position. I worked closely with him, attended school law functions, special education functions, any other functions we could find throughout the state of Tennessee to better what our students had and make our discipline and safety of schools run smoothly. And I've also had 5 years as an athletic director within the school systems. Countless coaching positions to go along with my 18 years. Currently, we're looking for a safety and security specialist. That position is close to being taken care of. Some of the highlights for this job are going to be to assist in the development of administrative guidelines and policies according to discipline. They're going to monitor and accurately complete the data collection of things we need so we submit reports on time as needed, whether it be state level, district level, whatever we need to take care of. They'll assist in the district-wide anti-bullying task force. They're also going to perform related tasks and duties as required in this position. Some of the highlights we have for this month in safety and security since I've been here. We've continued random screenings. That was something that was brought on before I got here. However, we are looking forward to move to the metal detectors that are going to be implemented in the middle school and the high school. We will be conducting a test of the metal detector system on Wednesday, which is tomorrow, at the middle school. We have chosen to use the bus lot because that's where the majority of students come in. Once we finish the test, I will put my notes together. We will contact families and we will continue to train staff members on the protocols for metal detectors and the use of our wands and how we want to conduct this process. Crisis Go management system is the management system we use in the event of emergencies. We have a tentative date that I just got before I came to the board meeting, so we can have district level supervisors trained in Crisis Go, and then we send that to building level administrators. I can tell you with the Crisis Go program, I have an app on my phone and it updates me. I've gotten updates from schools where there's concerns from parents that make requests through Crisis Go. It automatically alerts to my phone, so I'm aware of what goes on as soon as it happens. And I can tell you this is a great tool for this office. Sir? Oh, I thought somebody had a question, I'm sorry. The school reunification location for emergencies has been changed to the Ace Basin Recreational Center facility. This allows for better security. It also allows for better control in this type of chaotic environment. Each agency involved in this will have enough space to set up their planning situations and their planning command centers so we can move and make reunification a smoother process. By the end of the month, all schools and to include the district office will have taken part in the active attack, which used to be called active shooter training. It is now active attack. We will all have been in active attack. We have also had the gang awareness training that has been conducted for the high school and the middle school. In order to better serve the students of Colleton County, we are refining the discipline process. We're creating better communication guidelines. I do believe they attached a copy of this with you. And this is for our long-term suspension and expulsion process. Any questions at this time?
No, thank you for your review of the policies. I know that we're looking at those in a little bit, those recommendations that you've provided, and it's nice to have you on board. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Anything else? Ms. Jones, you good? You good? That's all? Moving on now to old business, policy BID, member compensation and expenses. A copy of that, board members, is in front of you, and this was passed in September at the regular board meeting.
Yes, this will be second reading.
No, this was passed.
So we don't have to vote on this one?
We don't have to vote on it, though we need to determine, as it mentions in the policy, annually in the budget, the board shall appropriate an annual training travel allocation for each board member in an amount to be determined by the board, which shall not be exceeded by the board members. And this is not yet determined, so this is up for discussion on the amount that this board will allocate per board member. There is in the policy a total amount that shall not exceed $7,500.
That's for the entire board, correct?
That is for the entire board?
Yes, that is for the entire board.
Entire board or each board member?
From the way it reads, if I'm correct, that 7,500 is not to exceed board total.
The amount that was in your budget was placed in there before this policy came into effect, so that was a budget line item in total for the whole board. The policy requires that you state an individual board member cap by which an individual board member cannot go above during the year, so that's what I think needs to be established.
Is there any discussion about what this board would like to determine as that amount per board member?
Ms. Barrett, quick question, please. Yes. Can you give us what our current total, and I know this is probably a question right off the cuff, and you may not have this with you.
Total in your travel budget is $16,000 total.
Total currently is $16,000.
Right, that's the budgeted amount.
Okay.
So divided by the 7 board members, that leaves it,
But you only have left, after the travel, you only have, $9,475.47 left.
What was the total amount that was allocated?
Allocation was $16,000.
Okay.
I think that we need to determine the amount annually by board member and help me, Mr. Duffy, on that interpretation. The amount is determined how much annually, and then we can deduct how much board members have already used. Is that correct?
That's what I would suggest, that's correct.
What it is, Mr. May.
So it's the amount per board member, if we take the 16,000 divided by the 7, would be $2,285 per board member to be used annually.
So you would use that amount divided by 7, and that would give you that amount.
Now, also in this, I believe there was wording that we wanted in there in the event. Of course, I don't know if we have to decide on the amount first to put it together. In the event that one board member chooses to attend something else or doesn't attend any of that a board member or the board itself can approve for that board member to exceed that amount using another board member's. That's in there.
Yes, sir, that's in the policy.
I just want to make sure that's voted out. So if for some reason someone were to do more and public looks at it, they know why. Okay. Well, Madam Chairman, at this point, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the policy BID, board member compensation expenses, with the clause to be included that each board member expenses for travel should be no more greater than $2,285.
Second.
For clarification, the policy has already been voted upon. It was just had the second reading. And so the clarification that is needed is the amount that annually in this year, this would be budget year 21-22, that we are designating as appropriate amount per board member. Is there any discussion about the amount allocation of $2,285 per board member? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy, you had a question? Oh, okay.
And for clarification, each board member, if you are in need of additional funding for your continuing education, may work with another board member who has an allocation they choose not to use.
Also states that if a board member is wanting to go to an event that may take them over the amount, they can come to the board for the board's consideration of extending that cap for the board member too. So there's two alternatives if that were to occur.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
That's in there.
At this time, we will review the temporary policy ADD face covering, and I've asked Mr. Duffy to provide us an update on some legal briefings or rulings that have occurred since our September board meeting.
Okay, so back in August, if I have my time period right, you instructed the superintendent to adopt a policy that was a mask policy that was done by motion and vote. Part of that motion was that the policy, it was not a formal written policy, it was just a mandate to the superintendent to adopt that mask policy for the students at the time. That had a timeline ending of the end of this week here, so y'all could reconsider that at this meeting. After that time period, you did adopt a formal emergency temporary policy related to masks in schools. That policy does not have a finite timeline on it. It's dependent on the circumstances of COVID, as y'all discussed earlier. However, I believe that the item on the agenda today is for y'all to consider the temporary policy, because you did have a desire to periodically consider whether to continue moving forward with the policy. As it relates to legal issues, since the time we adopted The temporary policy, there's been a federal court ruling. The case is Disability Rights of South Carolina et al. Versus Henry McMaster et al. And in that case, which was towards the end of September, a federal judge issued a temporary injunction restraining the state of South Carolina from enforcing Proviso 1.108. So that put a stop on the proviso, which essentially put a stop on the ability of the state to prohibit mask mandates, which opened up for school districts to do that. Since that federal court ruling, the state of South Carolina, which is the governor and the attorney general, appealed that decision to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, asking the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals to essentially reverse the federal judge's ruling on the injunction. The Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals denied that request, so the injunction remains in place through today. From that standpoint, and y'all, obviously I've updated y'all on that previously, so there's been no change in the law related, or laws or any of the lawsuits related to masks since the federal rulings.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Dr. Cave, is Nurse Dingle still with us?
No.
Okay.
No, she's no longer with us.
Just wanted to bring to the attention of the board that she did report that the Colleton County levels of COVID infection are still at the moderate level. Is there anything else to add for board consideration on where we stand with COVID infections, other than what was previously reported?
We can add that our numbers have dropped for our children in quarantine tremendously due to the fact that we are wearing the mask. We reported those numbers today. Thank you.
Terrific, thank you.
I think because of the mask, as she said, so therefore that's the factor. Those are the reasons why they're dropping, and certainly that's our goal, to keep them dropping and to, in fact, they're accomplishing their goal, their purpose, what they're designed to do.
Is there a motion for any action of this board in our review of temporary policy ADD?
Are we looking to extend this? Is there any particular time period? Is there, and I'm not whispering, are we looking to put this at a particular time period? Is there something we need to put a date on this to review it again?
The policy as it's written now states that the intent of the policy is to remain in effect while our county DHEC rating is moderate or severe, or moderate or high, I think is the terminology they use, which we are still in that status. You do not need to put a specific timing. If you're going to continue, you can affirm continuing with it. You don't need to put a specific timing on it. The policy does require the superintendent to notify you when the level drops below that. So then it would automatically come back to you at that time to let you know that it's dropped below the moderate, and then for y'all to consider action at that time. So it already has a mechanism in it which will keep it in temporary status and will come back to you when the numbers drop to a certain level.
I would like to say maybe we revisit this at our next regular school board meeting next month.
I think we need to make that as a motion to continue.
Make a motion? I'd like to make a motion then that we put this on hold and revisit this mandate at the next regular school board meeting in November.
And by hold, you mean continue with the policy is what you're saying?
Continue with the policy until November.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to continue the temporary policy ADD face coverings for the school district. Is there any discussion?
That is also to review at the next board meeting.
And to also be reviewed at the next board meeting. Thank you very much, Mr. Mabry. Is there any other discussion? I just want to say that that the mask mitigation effort is working within our district, and it's wonderful to see the results of that in the dashboard that the district puts out weekly. Thank you for putting that information out for everyone to know, and appreciate that the South Carolina DHEC is looking at, has changed the way that our quarantine numbers will affect our in-school learning, so that as long as we're wearing masks, we're able to stay in school, and that's a great thing. I know too that vaccinations will soon be available for our students ages 5 to 11, and I think that's also something that the district or this board should consider. That's something I personally would like to consider, knowing that those students could be on the safer side of being in a classroom before I personally look at removing the mask mandate. That's just my personal thoughts. Any other discussion?
Wonderful.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you. Is there any new business? Hearing none, I'll move on to policy items. Mr. Charles Murdoch.
Policy item 801, 8.01, suspension of 2 readings required in policy BGB to consider adoption of emergency temp policy ADG with 1 reading.
This is
Motion.
a motion. Is there a second for the suspension of the 2 reading requirement?
Put it in the form of motion.
Second.
I make a motion that we adopt policy BGB, and policy ADG as a 1 reading for these policies.
Second.
Motion made and seconded on the suspension of the 2 reading requirement specific to policy BGB. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising, I'm sorry, it's specific to the adoption of the emergency temporary policy of ADG, excuse me. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries.
That'll be temp policy ADG. We already voted on that.
No, sir, we just voted on the.
Oh, yeah.
on
That's it. Okay,
the 2 readings.
policy ADG, asymptomatic covert staffing screening. You have that in your policy. Any discussion on what you have before you?
Discussion.
Bless you. That can be put in the record.
This policy, as it's written, is a wonderful, and the testing of our staff is a wonderful mitigation effort, as described in our superintendent's report. I feel like it certainly will lessen the spread of COVID, and there's no problem with that. The policy as written is sound, and it could be applicable to our staff if our infection rates and quarantines were high. However, at this time, last week's dashboard indicates that our staff are simply not infected, and they are also not in quarantine, which means they're not in close contact. They're wearing their masks, and that mitigation effort of mask wearing is reducing our numbers of COVID infection and quarantine. The quarantine obviously affects the amount of, or the delay of any type of student in-school instruction, so there's no issue with that. And therefore, I conclude that the asymptomatic testing for staff is just simply not needed at this time. And so I cannot vote in favor of the policy ADG as it is presented.
I will concur with the board chair. Currently, the number of phone calls that I've received and emails from constituents, family, and staff, and also medical, we're doing what we need to do. And in our policy meeting, and I'm gonna tell you, I think that we've got a great group. We have a lot of discussion. We agree on 99.9% of everything that goes about because we know that it's for our students' safety, their education. In this, however, I have to say, I think it would be a good policy had the numbers not be where they are concerning our school itself. Now, within the community, I know they're still high. We still have to protect ourselves from that. But at this time, again, I think it's just, something to be looked at a little later on based upon numbers for our schools because we're doing it right in the schools. Maybe it's not being done right in the community as a whole, but I think within our school systems, we're doing it, and I think we've got enough things that we put on our teachers now. We heard the statements earlier. We've also all got the emails. We've seen it. I just think there's a time for us to kind of just take a little pause and see if we can catch our breath. So I myself will not be voting in favor of this either.
I think that in order to stay where we at and keep moving forward, if we let our guard down, then we could have ourselves right back where we started. This virus hasn't yet is going away. It can arise at any time, and if we stand back and let our guard down, I think that we'd be making a mistake. We are on the right track, we're moving forward, and I don't think it's time to turn our backs and just step away from it, because I just don't see that we can take that chance.
I think the nurse said that those staff members who've had their vaccine, had their vaccination, and they simply fill the form out, and it won't apply to them. So certainly that would eliminate that portion of it. Mr. Burnock said, I think we have to be mindful of the fact that we are making progress, and we don't want to do anything to defeat that progress that we've made already.
And I'll just say this for record, I respect both of my colleagues, I do. These are very fine gentlemen, and I believe in everything they have said. It's true. I'm looking at on the behalf of those that I was elected by within my district, those who I hear from, and those are who I work for along with the Colleton County School District.
I agree. I think we all are elected, and I think it's important as being elected officials that we look out for the well-being of all of our kids, all of our staff members. And sometimes that means voting for something that may not be very popular, but it's for the good in the end.
Yes, sir.
And being as a temp policy is something that at any time we can, we can stop at any time. So at this time, if I may, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adopt this policy.
There's a motion to adopt temporary policy ADG, asymptomatic COVID-19 screening. This is a temporary policy.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. It is only need of one reading per the suspension of the two reading requirement just voted on. Is there any discussion? I just want to say that for me, the ends have to justify the means, and at this point, our staff are not coming to school infected, and their attendance is present and in teaching our students. And so I want to keep them there. I think they're doing what they're supposed to do. They're doing what we've asked them to do. And if the infection rate is not there, then I don't think the policy as it stands is needed. I think it's something that the district can consider. I appreciate the effort of the administration to bring this to our attention, but our infection rates just don't warrant the effort at this time. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. 3, opposed? 2, motion carries.
Policy BD, board policy process, board review of administrative rules.
The item 8.03 is policy BD, organization of the board. In reviewing, just going over the board policies one day, researching an item, I noticed that in that policy, apparently it occurred during a recent amendment or the last amendment, but the Office of Secretary was not included in the policy. And we do have a board secretary, we always have. And it was in policy, I just guess it got omitted when we went through a recent change in the policy language. So I brought it back to the board for consideration to add back the office of board secretary, and also recognize, as we all know, that that position is held in an ex officio position by the superintendent. So you don't annually vote on that position. Whoever is the superintendent serves as the board secretary. I also, and so that's the change for policy BD. In looking at that, I noticed that we did not have any language that set forth the duties of the board chair, the vice chair, and the secretary. In researching other policies from other districts, which, as you know, most school districts operate off of some version of the model policies that are provided for the state. Most every other district has an administrative rule that sets forth the duties of the chair, vice chair, and secretary. That's the administrative rule that I'm asking for consideration for first reading. It is the model version of that administrative rule, and the duties for the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary in those rules are those which you already assume and do in those offices. But I think it's important that we make that a part of the board policy as well. So I'm asking that the board give consideration to first reading on policy BD and policy AR-BD-R.
Mr. Duffy, on the policy BD, organization of the board, I do see that the officers of the board of trustees, it was changed now for chairman, vice chairman, and secretary. Secretary was the addition. Does it state in that policy the secretary is the superintendent?
Yes, there's a sentence down towards the bottom of the policy that states the superintendent serves ex officio.
Okay, I don't have that on the documentation I have. Just, am I looking at the wrong?
I don't have, let me see, I didn't print mine out.
Certainly something we can add. I think that is the understanding. I just want to
I
make sure.
don't I don't see it in the packet. Yeah, I don't see the draft in the packet, so I'm not sure if you.
It is on our computer though.
The policy is, but do you have on there that the superintendent is the ex officio as secretary?
I want to see.
In the last, I don't know what version of my draft you have, but the last version does have that, and that's what I'm asking you to give first reading on, so I can get y'all a copy of that.
No problem.
I don't know which version you're looking at.
Okay. I think it's the one we were sent later, because I do recall reading it. I just don't see it here now. And I might have pulled up the wrong version of it too.
That's policy BD. Mm-hmm. At this time, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adopt policy BD, organization of the board.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to adopt policy BD, organization of the board, with the inclusion of secretary and the ex officio of as secretary is the superintendent.
That'll be first reading, not adoption. First reading.
First reading.
First reading. My apologies. Any discussion? Sorry, was there a second on that?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Reverend Jenkins just stepped
He had to step out for a moment. Yes,
about, so we need to hold off on the vote, or do we need to revisit that? Because we need.
We'll just take him as abstaining, and you can vote. You had a quorum. You still have a quorum.
Okay.
Although once you start with a quorum, if he's abstaining, then you're fine.
Okay. Thank you. The motion made and is passed.
What next?
The
G.
AR.
Yeah.
ARDBBDR.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Expulsion of students, there we go.
Oh.
No,
Administrative rule?
yes.
We did that one then.
No, we just did BD, so now ARBDR.
ARBB. I don't have that one.
It's on this one right here.
Oh, okay.
It was in my packet.
You're special.
I got it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, administrative rule, BDR, organization of the board. Duties of the chair.
No.
And Bert already clarified it. So.
Okay. Vice chair. I make a motion that we adopt first read.
Yes, sir.
A first reading of administrative rule, BDR, organization of the board.
Second.
Motion made and seconded for the policy ARBDR, organization of the board, first reading. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries.
Okay, policy JKE, expulsion of students.
Yes, sir. JKE and the next item, JIIA, are both together, essentially being brought to you together. At the policy committee meeting, the superintendent pointed out to the policy committee that there was some inconsistencies in the language between these two policies, which are supposed to be interrelated. And the amended policies correct those inconsistencies and set forth uniform timeframes. Actually, what I did was I moved the timeframes from policy JKE to policy JIIA, which is the how student hearings are supposed to be held. So JKE just addresses the issue of expulsion of students and then references policy JIIA as the procedure to be followed. So if you look at the amendments, it's basically just cleaning up the language so that the two policies relate better. I did remove there was a provision in policy JIIA that was entitled emergency suspension. I put a strike line through that paragraph. That must be a carryover from days gone past because we don't do that, so we don't have that. So I took that out. I also divided the procedures for appeal of a suspension hearing. It received its own paragraph and section, and then appeal of an expulsion hearing received its own section, so there would be no confusion because the two hearings do have different procedures. A suspension hearing can be appealed straight, would be appealed straight to the superintendent, then to the board potentially. There's different time frames. An expulsion hearing, of course, goes straight to the board. So I separated those procedures out so for ease of anybody that was reading it. And those are basically the changes, but I would ask that we would ask that you would consider giving first reading to each of these two policies tonight as amended.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we give first reading to policy JKE, expulsion of a student, and policy 8.06, policy JIIA, student hearing.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to give first reading for policy JKE, also policy JIIA with the changes as provided. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand.
I would like to point out too, Madam Chair, that of course when I look at our policies, I look at policies statewide to make sure that we're essentially consistent and that we're not missing anything. We were the only district that I found that actually put the procedure for student hearings in board policy. And I look at almost every district in the state when I go through this. So the vast majority of them do not even put their procedure in the board policy. In other words, their procedure is hanging out as a regulation somewhere. So by putting it in board policy, what you're allowing the public to do is have easy access to and see what your procedure is for these hearings. This policy JIIA is a policy that was created by this school district. It's not a model policy. So that's something that y'all have done over the years that's in addition to what the model policies are, and frankly, a good idea to let people know what our procedures are and what their rights are without having to go hunt and find it somewhere.
Like the consistency that everyone understands 10 days, there's no change in the 15, and I know that was kind of confusing. So across the board, everyone knows there's a 10-day time frame that's consistent. Thank you.
That, Madam Chairman, also transparency in everything we do. It follows right in with our policy so that, you know, people say, well, I didn't know that. Well, it's available to the public 24/7.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Murdock.
They didn't give first reading, did they? They did that motion too?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did
Oh,
it
together, I'm
together
sorry.
because of the correlation. Is that okay? Okay, good. Yay. Okay, so we'll move on to operations. Mr. Cliff Warren?
Good evening, board members. As always, very busy time in operations. Just want to take a few minutes to highlight a few things from our operations report that you have before you. Mr. Blakeney will be coming forward to give more information from his department, but as usual, he handled 105, or his department handled 105 work orders for last month, and you see the list of projects that were completed or in process. In technology, of course, she's been very busy with some issues going on that you'll be hearing more about later. But her department last month, 695 work orders for the month of September. And you can see there the list of responsibilities and things that her department was taking care of outside of her other responsibilities that were given upon her. And in student nutrition, just want to share that their department is getting prepared for their upcoming administrative review of the child nutrition programs by South Carolina Department of Education. That's scheduled for November the 16th through 18th, and I know Ms. Fitch will have her department ready for that report. I also want to say that we celebrated National School Lunch Week, October the 11th through the 15th. Their theme this year was Wild About School Lunch, and I know that they were doing everything they could to encourage their students to eat. And they even had the art teachers working with students to create some artwork to be displayed around the school building in honor of that week. And as you're probably hearing across the nation, you're hearing about school districts that are struggling with the shortage of supply of current food and supply shortage. And I've talked to Ms. Fitch, and she has said that they've had some issues going on, but they're doing some things in place to make sure that they're compensating for that. So it's been no loss of services to our students and to the department. And so I commend her for the work that her department is doing in working through a very tough situation. And we'll keep you updated if things were to take place. But right now she feels very comfortable with the measures that they put in place that they can carry on with operations with very little interruption. Staffing is another issue, and that's across the board with Mr. Blakeney's department, with our transportation department, and even in our student nutrition department. It used to be you hear me talking about teachers. Now it's trickling down into those departments as well. So we're continuing to work hard to try to get those departments filled. I'll be attending the USC Salkehatchie Job Fair on Thursday. I'm going to see if we can get some of those students maybe that want to work in these departments as they're going to school or getting ready to leave out of school. So I'll be going there to see if we can encourage some of them to seek employment with our district. And student transportation, Mr. Bradley's not able to be here tonight. He's taking a much-needed vacation, and I hope he's enjoying himself. I will share that, as we've shared all year long, with the shortages of drivers that we have, I'm so appreciative of our bus drivers and our bus department. And I'm going to say this, but they're busting tail. They're working hard with a lot of shortage of drivers. They're having to do double, triple routes, but they're doing what they got to do to get our students home and to school each day safely. So I applaud them for the job that they're doing in their department. He does have 2 new applicants, so we're excited about that. I forwarded him another applicant today, so he'll be excited when he gets back from vacation that we do have an applicant in the portal. And we also have 2 additional applicants who are starting their CDL training this week, so we're excited about that. And as we share every year, the State Department requires that we do school bus evacuations, and he's preparing his staff and the schools and the students in working on those school bus evacuations as well. So that concludes my operations report, unless you have any questions for me.
Any questions for Mr. Warren?
All right, this time Mr. Blayton is going to come forward and present some information from his department.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
You have before you the Building Grounds Capital Project update. I'm not going to go over every single project, but I just want to highlight some that are really important to me. Is at Bells Elementary School, we got the pressure washing is out for bid. At Colleton County High School, we got the Performing Arts Center upgrade that's out for bid at the end of October, and pressure washing of the tennis courts is out for bid. At Colleton County Middle School, the pressure washing is out for bid on the building itself. Forest Hills Capital Project is pressure washing of the brick pavers. At Hendersonville Elementary School, we finally got the fence around the dumpsters. That's completed. And at the new 6th grade building, Mr. Barry Taylor will come before you when I'm done to give you an update on that. Building and grounds, tack strip and cork strips have been completed. The handheld metal detectors have been completed and issued to the school. And we're still distributing PPE supplies on a weekly basis as needed. And that's the most important things we have right now. There's some other capital projects that you have listed, and we'll continue to work on these capital projects and try to get as many of them finished as we can going into 2022.
The middle school, it says waiting for order to be delivered. Can that be installed during school hours, or does that have to be, do we have to wait till a day off of school to?
I'm not absolutely sure on that one. We've got Ms. B who's handling that particular one. There's some things that they're handling at the school level, the principals are. Okay. So I'm not absolutely sure of that. We just contacted her, and that was the response that she gave us.
Mr. Blake, of the capital projects we've completed at our schools over the past year or two, is there anything then that's pending that we need to get back to for any reason? And I'm just asking for looking for future. I mean,
not at this time. Let me do a more thorough report. Next month when I come before you, I will share with you any upgrades that we need to do.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Taylor, could you come forward and start your 6th grade academy?
Thank y'all for the opportunity to be here. I'm Barry Taylor with the FWA group. We've been selected by the school district.
Make sure you're speaking to the mic, please.
Okay, sorry. We've been selected by the school district to assist in reviewing the assessment of the annex and to determine if it's a viable facility to put a 6th grade academy into.
Sorry for interrupting you again. You may have to remove your mask
Okay.
and get really close to the mic.
Okay, sorry. Not a very good COVID speaker. Yeah. Well, can I slide, or do I need to tell you to go to slide? Okay. And this is the facility. It's located on Colleton Loop Road across the highway from the airport. To get you familiar with it, if you want to go to the next slide. This kind of shows the zoning in the upper left corner of the site. The site is currently zoned as a high-density residential, which means it's not a by right use to actually have a school there, but it does have an exception and exemptions in the city's zoning ordinance that allows it to be done, which is similar to what happened here for this facility. This facility was also constructed in a residential area that wasn't initially zoned for educational occupancy. So there will be no issues really dealing with the city in our conversation with them to change the use of that site so that you can adopt it as a school facility. This shows the property now. The building, as configured, original building was constructed in 1966. An addition was done in 1971, and several small additions were done after that. It compromises roughly, 32,764 square feet. It's currently built as a school, so we would need to go through OSF to get some approvals for it to be, has not been occupied in 2 years, so we have to go through OSF to get it recertified as a school property site, which again is not an issue from our conversations with OSF. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, sir. Because it's across from the airport, it's a little hard to see with this faintness, but there's a zone that all airports have. It's called a runway protection zone that has some limits to what can be built in that area because of its adjacency to an airport to meet their funding requirements with the FAA. The line, and it's hard for me to show without pointing at something, but there's a line, the buildings are just outside that zone, so there's no real issues, and I've met with the airport manager, Mr. Rowe, to discuss this with him as well. There's no issues with the building being used as an educational facility, and we're outside the area that it would require any height limits or restrictions. Next slide, please. This footprint shows what's there now. Again, the bigger building is the original building that was built in 1966, built as a school. It has classrooms and has since been reconfigured before the district office was built. There were district office functions that housed in that part of the building. Also, the adult education program that also moved to this facility was housed in that facility, and an early childhood program was also there. The next building is the admin building that was built in 1971, and there's a building to the left of that, which is a 4-classroom addition, and the upper part of that was where mobile units were housed, and as well as a toilet facility for the outside. In our review of that, we've determined that the toilet buildings and the last annex part of this that was built for the 4 classrooms really has no functions as to how we would use them in a new building, so we would propose that those parts be demoed and also the canopy areas be demoed. Next slide, please. And this shows how we would propose to reconfigure that site. And if you go to the next slide. This shows what the original components are and how we would configure the new within that area. It compromises a total of 20 classroom spaces. It would be built to house 500 students as a basis for design with approximately 24 students in each classroom. The classroom sizes in the existing about 760 to 770 square feet, which easily accommodates 38 students if you go by the limits that OSF allows for classroom occupancy. So with the 20 classrooms, you get 480 students at a minimum, so you can go beyond that capacity if the need occurred. It also has special classroom areas, which include arts, music, science, and a multipurpose area which would house the PE functions of the new school facility. And we reconstitute the cafeteria and the kitchen would be refurbished to meet the requirements of the kitchen process. The entry area would be reused, and the existing area that was the adult ed program that was formerly the media center, we would propose that go back to a media center. Next slide, please. And this shows the site as we would propose based on the existing areas. The yellow represents the classroom areas, which are the 20 classrooms. The orange are the specials, which are the science, art, music, and the multipurpose area, which functions as the physical education component. The blues are the media center, the cafeteria, and the kitchen, and the gray represents what would be the admin area. It also shows how we propose to access the site for parking, for car stacking, and for bus pickup and drop-off. And the next slide. And then this kind of gives you a better picture so you can actually see the layout of the parking area and the buildings as they would function around the parking and the bus loop. And all the area to the left of on the slide would function as play area. And I'll be glad to take any questions.
Orange area, you referenced as the multipurpose area for PE. You did not call that a gym. What is the distinction between a multipurpose area for PE and a gym?
Because it can serve other functions.
Okay.
So, I mean, it could be a place where you can meet, a larger space that you can meet because of your cafeteria size. If you had parent night or things like that, it gives you a larger volume to meet in that space if you need it. And again, it's more for PE, so not necessarily a gym. You could do other things in there. You could have class setups in there as well.
Does it have stands?
No.
No. Is there space for that?
No.
No.
And we did show a layout so you could play basketball, you could play volleyball in there. So.
The other information, are you going to go over that separate? The got a cost estimate here, or is that Mr. Blakeney, or will you do that?
No, I can go over that.
Okay. Is there any other questions? I'm sorry for Mr. Taylor.
I might have just one. This might be for Burton instead of for this young man. This won't in any way interfere for the access for what we give to the county, is it?
Well, that was actually one of the items that I was going to talk with Kenny about later.
Okay.
Not just that, but also the road, that the public right-of-way that part of this references. I just want to get clear on that, but I'm sure they've already looked into that. But
Yes, we have.
Yep.
It does not affect that property. We the county, and that road, we have to negotiate with the city. It's outdated road, they have no use for it anyway, so it shouldn't be an issue.
And we don't yet have a survey for the property, so we don't really have it. But if you look at the image, the upper part, there's like a shape that looks kind of like a somewhat of a trapezoidal shape above the parking area. That's the outline of the property that was donated.
right, that would be the property that was deeded out. The issue really that I guess I would need to get with y'all is the side road coming up here to Kenny's talking about the old, what used to be the old Limix, end of Limix. That we need to talk about that because that's outside of our property line currently.
Yeah, and it belongs to the city, and it's a right-of-way. It used to be a road connection before the state reconfigured how you access,
Yes,
so
sir.
you make a 90
Yes,
into
sir.
the road. But that would be part of the development permit review, that we would go through that process with the city. And again, that part would also be dealt with simultaneously as we're talking about changing the zoning from to get us use for the property as an educational facility.
Okay. Thank you.
You also were part of what you received was a memorandum detailing our assessment of the facility, basically based on the age of the facility. The structure is in good shape. The plumbing, mechanical, electrical, not so much. So most of that stuff, just as we did in this building, due to its age, is not serviceable. The plumbing doesn't meet current ADA standards or ANSI guidelines for accessibility. So all of that would need to be addressed. And the roof, part of it is in good shape, part of it's not because it was damaged in a wind event. So that would need to be addressed. The site doesn't currently have enough access for parking, and that's why we showed the parking amount that we do. The city has a zoning requirements for the parking requirements that we can easily meet on the property. The bus access, all of that stuff would need to be approved by SCDOT, as well as stacking for the cars. But again, we can show that we have enough on site to deal with both of those, so those wouldn't be issues either with dealing with SCDOT and Office of School Facilities. Also, as part of the report, we talked about the site getting retention and detention that we might need for the development of the property to retain water so we don't water run off on the site. But again, there's enough property, it's 15.6 acres, that we can easily deal with water retention or detention as need be for the property. So basically, what this basically says is that it's a doable project to meet the requirements that you would need for a sixth grade academy. The other part in your package was the engineer's report that details his assessment of the property. Based on what we would need to do, the structure is in good shape. There were a couple areas that we noted there were some deficiencies that would need to be addressed, but by and large, there's no issues with it's a load-bearing CMU structure with a brick veneer and a built-up roof with bar joists that are bear on the masonry walls. So again, it's in fairly good shape. No real issues with that. Again, there were a couple areas where some of the structure was undermined by some issues with people trying to run pipe through the wall that could be easily addressed and fixed. So basically, the recommendation is that, again, there's no issues with this being repurposed as a sixth grade academy. The other items that were in there was the zoning map, and again, we've already talked about that. It would just need to be addressed with the city, similar to what was done for this piece of property. And that's it, unless you have any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Taylor?
I guess there was one other, the estimate.
Nothing concerning what the diagram was.
Yeah. And the estimate, to reconfigure the existing school would, based on the conceptual estimate, would be $137 a square foot. To build new components to the school would be roughly $286 a square foot. And to redo the site, to add the parking and address some of those issues would be basically $23 a square foot based on the size of the building. So basically, you get a bargain for what you have there that you can salvage as part of the new, with the 1971 building, the 1966 building, at a cost of $136 a square foot, and then the new $286. So basically brings you to building the whole school at $229 a square foot, based on the conceptual estimate.
Any other questions for Mr. Taylor? Assuming that these numbers that you're giving us are current construction cost, how long, given today's climate and the amount of building expenses, can you confirm to the board that those prices will remain, or what are your thoughts about that?
Well, I mean, it's based on today's dollars because the estimate was done on Monday.
Uh-huh.
So it's current. The cost of materials, who knows, because of the delivery dates and things like that. But it's also got a 10% contingency in it to offset some of that. And in recent days, the cost of certain items have come down, and then also some have gone up. Mm-hmm. So as of today, it's a good number. And again, we have other contingencies in there. In discussing with Kenny, the roof is in fairly good shape. We actually have a warranty on part of it that continues now. So the number we have in there for the roof is probably half of what you would actually have to spend on the roof, which is about $400,000, so you'd probably save a couple $100,000 right there.
So, as I'm reading this, and I always look at the bottom numbers, and this is broken, if I'm reading this correctly, these dark numbers are what we need to be looking at in the subtotals, such as the grand cost summary subtotal. Is that correct? Or does the actual total come to the $11,952,798?
That is the total for the
That is the
site,
total.
for the existing, and for the new construction.
Okay. So,
Did that include that?
No, sir. This is just pure construction cost.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
yes, yes.
Yeah, that's, okay.
I'm sorry, so Kenny, are you going to go over that sheet then? Is that separate? Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Taylor?
I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so you do have these soft and hard costs that the district is responsible for, other than the architectural information. So you have Chapter 1 and 17 inspections, and you have to do that on your concrete work, your structural stuff, your electrical, your plumbing, you have to have that done, and that's mandated by the state. We have to do the asbestos testing and removal if there is asbestos there. We have an asbestos manual, and I have to get a contractor in to review that manual and see what we need to remove, and it may not. These numbers are purely what we've estimated. It may be probably going to be less than what they are. Professional services is the architectural fees, permits, inspection, impact fees, the survey costs. As Barry said earlier, we still don't have a survey on it. I've got to get some survey costs. Special systems, IT and AV, that's all the security, all the IT closets, all your computer, all the computer technology things. A generator. And having a backup generator is always good to have it at those kind of locations. And then, of course, furniture. Again, a lot of these items, I estimated them on the high end, but we're anticipating trying to save some money on most of these items as we go along. And we will come back before you again based on your decisions tonight, if necessary.
I'm sorry, the professional services of $379, that includes the architectural fees.
That's architectural fees and his engineers, his mechanical, plumbing, and electrical engineers.
Understood. How much of that have we already paid for the information we've already provided?
We have not paid. You remember we came before you and we had a drop-down number? We have not finished paying for that number yet.
Okay. I'll get with Ramona on that,
Yes.
that number later.
You need a motion?
Any more questions? Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we continue with this project.
There's been a motion that we continue with the 6th grade academy as presented this evening. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to continue with the 6th grade academy study as presented this evening. Is there any discussion?
What's the next, yes, Madam Chairman, what's the next step? What's the next process or the next thing we're going to be asked to do?
If you'll grant us permission to continue on, we'll start working with the city on talking about the roadway and getting the survey done and starting some of that preliminary work on that.
Okay, all right. And just for the purpose of discussion, because I actually did come on once we started Bells, and I was glad to be there for the groundbreaking ceremony. That was awesome. But I do, really don't know what I want my next question to be, but I want to make sure it's right.
I think I know.
As we move forward this, and again, this is just for discussion purposes only, the funding for this, I know that for Bells, we had went before the community.
That's correct.
Is there an idea of doing the same thing concerning this project as well?
No, sir.
Currently, there's not a plan to go before the community for the money.
And
We're
that's
going to use, we're going to use ESSA money.
And okay, and the reason I asked that is because that's to build it, and again, I remember that. And of course, again, I have to agree with my colleagues. I think we got one of the bigger middle schools in the areas. But based on, and again, this is just discussion. This is just me throwing my thoughts out there in the open so people understand the question is being asked in case they're wondering who's going to pay for the daily operation of it after it's been built and it's been here for 10 or 15 to 30 years.
Okay.
I'm just, when we do something like this, I can tell you that I'm sure the majority of this board and probably as many of those teachers out there, I'm not going to speak for them, but I say they probably think the same thing. But I really think in something like this, I think it should always be important, or it should be up to us to make sure we let the public know what it is our considerations are, because the community is the one that's going to have to support it after we spend the money, because we won't have the ESSER funds from that point forward.
Okay, so we've had some discussions already with HR, and as far as fitting the staff, we're pretty confident that we have enough staff on hand to be able to take this forward, with custodians, teachers, and everybody else associated with it.
Administrative staff and everyone
Administrative
else.
staff, a principal, all of those kind of people.
Because you're moving a group of students. So when you move a group of students, you'll reduce the staff that's in one building and you'll move that staff over.
Correct. And again, I am not sitting here to be a nail in the tire going on vacation.
Understood. I
I'm here to
understand.
throw these questions out that get proposed because I'm not the one that puts all the thoughts into this to be brought before this board. But we probably hear as many, if not more, comments and concerns or just speculations and just ideas. So again, as earlier, transparency. I don't want anyone that may be viewing this later on to think that we're trying to do something behind anyone. This is something that's been talked about many years before. It's something there. There are still a lot of questions I'm sure that many of the public may have, and even some of us. But I just looking at this, and again, I'm one of the ones that said, yes, we've got a huge middle school. And I'm just looking at the current economy, the current situations that we're in. And again, I'm not bashing it in any way, because I think it's a wonderful idea. I went to school there originally. Oh man, I remember when it did look good.
I did too.
But I just want to know what once we look through this, as you move forward working with the city, and I'll see what it's going to be. Are any of those numbers, financial numbers included in this?
It's in the permit.
The permits, okay, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. I think I've got my question answered.
And I did some research also on the utility costs for the last year that we were in there, and the utility bills ran between $4,500 and $5,500 a month.
Mr. Blakeney, that can't, though, be applicable to what we are being presented. I mean, with all, that building was not being utilized completely at that last time. I mean, we had adult education in there only and administrative offices. The operation of a school, the utilities would not be the same, especially with the addition of the multipurpose room and all the other additions.
It may not, but the efficiencies of the units and everything that you have now are so much more efficient than what's there now. That's why he was saying that you can't use a lot of the electrical, mechanical, and plumbing there.
Yeah.
It will be more cost effective.
Right.
I think this would be the start, long-range start because our middle school really is the attention getter as our district is concerned. I think by doing what we're doing, we're planning for it, but I think would really be wise as we move forward to include public opinions in the things that we're doing.
Yes.
Because it is important, because our constituents should have a voice in any and everything that we do. And I think that's a very important component.
Okay.
Not to be left off, not to be excluded.
If I may speak for just a moment, the plan, if you approve moving forward, whether you approve or whether you don't grant approval, the plan was or is to have a town forum or a community meeting so that we can seek input from the community to see their opinions about the building. Currently, the middle school has about 1,300 students, give or take a few numbers. And there are several challenges in that building. with teacher staff, with administrative staff, with student population. All of that compacted together presents the need academically. Not that teachers are not doing the work that they need to, not that administrators are not doing the work that they need to, but putting all of those challenges together presents the need that I've done some analysis, and that's why it has been brought to you so that we could make some adjustments. It is a priority school, and this is one way to be able to change the trajectory for those children in that building, the staff in the building, and to be able to move it to a different level of achievement.
And Dr. Cave, I want to thank you for that comment, because that's exactly what I was looking for the public to hear, that we are not doing sitting up here, that they are on our minds, as Mr. Jenkins stated as well. You know, we want them to be behind us in everything we do, support us, support our administration, our teachers, our staff, and our faculty, because, you know, if your community doesn't support you, there's nothing this 7-member board can do, because we need the community behind us, and let us know what they think. But thank you that's exactly, that should have been my question. Are we going to ask?
That's okay.
Here I went around the tree with that, but anyway.
Transparency is key.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
most definitely, whether the community is for it or whether the community is not for it. You know, it's very important that they understand the impact.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Well, I got one more question. By us moving forward, that means
Well, we'll continue the process. We'll let him start on with some more design phases of it. If we're going to move forward, we need to keep him working, you know, because we still want to get in there as early as we can. We're going to have a timeline. It's going to be a critical timeline to get it done.
So we are saying we're going to do this project.
That's up to you guys.
That's what I'm saying, because I'm for one not for voting to spend money and then say, no, we're not going to do it. Yeah. If we're going to spend this money, I feel like we ought to say, let's move.
All right, let me speak about it.
I thought we said we moved.
They're conversing, and I'll let them do that. We do have a motion on the table, and it has been seconded. Kenny, do you mind if I continue? I think he is okay with that. To be clear on what has been presented this evening, I have before me almost a $12 million construction project, and then an estimate from Buildings and Grounds for the renovation project estimate to include an additional 2. So at 13 million is where we are now. I just want to be clear about what we're looking at. Okay, I'm saying 13 million as a safe estimate of the 2 combined numbers provided. I have a lot of concern about moving forward with this project, given that the only way we have to pay for it is ESSER 3 funds, and that funding has not been approved from the state. I'm also concerned about, and I have brought these concerns to Dr. Cave and administration, and she's really worked hard to address these concerns, but I'm still sitting baffled at why this is the best plan for our district and not other items to be considered, other construction projects. We all know that the needs of the middle school and serving our middle school students is great. I think this is one way or one option to consider. It, however, I don't think is the only option. And if we're looking at spending that large of an amount of money for our district, I am not comfortable moving forward with one option. I think there are lots of things to consider, and at this time, it is not agreeable to me to move forward with this project.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion? Mr. Blakeney, do you want to share your conversation with Mr.
Yes.
Taylor?
After talking with Barry, we talked about the next steps would be going ahead forward with the schematic design so that he can go ahead and send the information to OSF. That will not incur doing all the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing engineer. We'll just get on the docket to move forward if you decide to move forward in the near future.
Does that involve additional costs?
It will involve additional costs. It won't be nearly as strenuous. We don't have that number right now on what it would cost, but we'll have to come back before you and give you that number.
The motion before the board is to proceed, and it has been seconded, with an amount unknown on project continuance, just to be clear. Is there any other discussion?
We got this. We
No.
have this.
But the systematic drawing that he just said would be needed would cost additional money to then the estimate just provided.
Yes,
Okay.
But that's the starting point.
yes.
All right.
Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Please, Mr. Blakeney, let us know what that cost will be. At this time, we'll move on to Human Resources. Mr. Murdoch?
At this time, I'll call Mr. Warren.
Okay, good evening again, board members. For Human Resources, you have my report for that. Just a few highlights for you. Last week, we had to complete our annual accreditation report that was provided to the State Department. That's required every year. We have accreditation standards that we have for each level, so at elementary, early childhood, elementary, middle, high, and for the district. And we just have to self-report how we're doing on our accreditation report. So that was submitted last week, and then they will do a preliminary analysis. They'll take that report, they'll take our information, they'll provide that back to us in February, and they give us an opportunity to respond to the report and clear up any findings that they may have at that time. We're given the good news that every 5 years, all school districts have to go through a desk audit, and Colleton County is up for their desk audit. So we're in the process of getting that completed. We met with the principals this morning. That information has been given to the schools. Again, that is just taking the accreditation standards, the guidelines and regulations that each school should be doing as it relates to staffing, as it relates to minutes in the classroom, class sizes, those kind of things. They have a set guidelines that we should go by, and we're having to give them documentation to validate or not validate that we're meeting those standards. And we have to have that in by November the 15th. So we're gathering that information and we'll be providing it to them. If they get once they get the information from us, they may request additional information, but that's what they also use to go along with the preliminary analysis report that we'll get in February as well. So normally we just have to usually do the accreditation report. This time we're having to do some additional documentation from the State Department through the desk audit, and they do that every 5 years. I also want to share with you that I've met with USC Aiken. They want to partner with us to provide some professional development to our teachers, and it looks like they're going to partner with Hendersonville Elementary School. They're meeting with Mr. Hollington, and we're delighted to have them on board to give some additional resources to Hendersonville and partner with them in the professional development they're already offering to their teachers. And so they're meeting and working through that as well. And then also Teach for America. We've had a partnership with them for about 10 years now in Colleton County. And they have also asked to partner with us this year and next year to be able to provide staff development to our first and second year teachers, and not just Teach for America teachers, but all of our first and second year teachers. So they're going to piggyback into our induction program that we're already doing monthly with our induction teachers. They're going to partner with us and provide some professional development opportunities to those teachers. And then next year, they'll work with the second year teachers providing professional development. Right now, we don't have a focus just on second year teachers. So we're excited about having Teach for America provide that resource to us. And what I have found over the years in working with Teach for America, they do an excellent job in professional development and preparing their applicants who are coming forward to be teachers with us and preparing them. So we feel like we can tap into some of the resources and things that they can provide to us. So we're thankful that they would like to partner with us in providing that. Also want to give you an update on teacher vacancies. That's still an issue for the district. We have made some headway. I think the last board meeting it was 21 vacancies, so we're down to 17. But as you can see, that is an issue. And as we're talking about the accreditation report and we're talking about the desk audit, that's going to be an issue that's going to come up through that. But I don't think it's just going to be Colleton County. It's going to be a lot of districts across the state. So we're going to be curious to see how the State Department is going to respond to that. But we're trying as hard as we can to get these vacancies filled the best way that we can. Some of these are being handled through long-term subs. Some are being handled through proximity, which we've shared before with the virtual learning. So we'll continue to look and find those applicants where we can and try to fill these needs. But I just wanted to give you that update. We will be going out and doing our recruiting. We have our schools and colleges that are sending out their job fair information now. Last year, I think I shared with you that job fairs were virtual and they just were not very effective. I'm glad to see that a lot of our colleges now are going back to face-to-face. And I'm excited about that, to be able to get back and get our people back out in front of these candidates that are out there and be able to get your hands on them and actually tell about Colleton County. When they're having to sign up to do virtual and they only have 5 choices, they're going to pick those districts that they know. But if we're in a room with a bunch of people and they may not know Colleton County, we have an opportunity to get them over there and kind of sell them on Colleton County. That's almost impossible on the virtual option. So I like that they're going back to the face-to-face. Once I get those scheduled, I will give that to you as well so you'll know which colleges we're going out to visit. That concludes my human resources report, unless you have any questions for me. Thank you, Ms. Murdoch.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to ask for a point of personal privilege, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to, are you finished?
Oh, Mr. Warren, I have a question after.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, Dr. Cave.
I thought it was finished.
That's okay. I just want to address, this really should have been something I mentioned during policy, and instead I'm going to bring it up during HR. But that is that our policy committee meeting on YouTube was shared a number of times within the district by our staff. And it is concerning to a lot of staff members, and they've reached out to board members via email today, their understanding of staff, professional staff absences and how we look at that. I know that the policy committee, upon recommendation by Dr. Cave, they're going to have some input, some staff input on that absentee policy. But anyway, I just wanted to acknowledge the concern that staff are providing to board members, and I know that staff are really working to try to understand the perspective of the district, and I know we'll get there with that. And I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that as an HR issue that is developing and is something that we're all taking an input on. Thank you, Mr. Warren.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask for a point of personal privilege. There was a lot of discussion about the building, so I'm asking for us to rescind the motion so that I can have the opportunity to have some conversation with the board prior to moving forward. And based upon my collaboration with Attorney Duffy, I can ask for you to rescind the motion. The person who was on the successful side of the motion has to make the motion to rescind, and then we'll have the opportunity to discuss further, and then we can continue to move forward. So if you allow me that point of personal privilege, because in order to move forward, I need for the board to make sure that we're all moving forward together and that we all understand how to move forward together.
Madam Chair.
Pardon me, just one moment for a question for clarification, Reverend Jenkins. And Dr. Cave, does that mean that the business that will need to proceed this evening, or is that for a later discussion?
We will table, okay. we will table the discussion, we'll table the project moving forward. But in order for us to put it into board record, I need for us to rescind that motion for the project to move forward till I've had the opportunity to work with the board and have some further discussion.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we rescind the motion of moving the project forward until we have additional time to conversate about the motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to rescind the motion to proceed forward with the sixth grade academy upon further discussion with administration. Is there any discussion?
We need to move forward with, I mean, I just, you know, we can keep putting things off and keep putting things off. When are we gonna start moving ahead? I mean, that's all
But we're doing what she requested.
Mr. Board Member Murdoch, we will move forward. I just need the opportunity to have a conversation with you, and we just can't do it tonight. If you would just allow me that point of personal privilege. Takes a lot of courage to lead. And I'm having courage to lead right now. So if you will just allow me that point of personal privilege to rescind the motion, allow me the opportunity to work with the board a little bit more, and then we'll move forward.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion?
Thank you so much.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Ms. Mary? Mary, do you want to vote? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Cave.
Thank you. I'm honored to be your superintendent. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Warren, on the HR report. We'll move on to finance. Mr. Mabry?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This time we'll recognize Ms. Ramona Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mary. Good evening to the board.
Good evening.
This is a procurement update. The request proposal study, we had 3 vendors that came in. The vendor, the lowest vendor was Management Advisory Group for $44,750. Evergreen Solution for $64,500. And Realist HR for $175,000. Of course, we went with the lowest Management Advisory Group. I just wanted to give you a little bit of history on them and why we went with that group besides the price. They've been in business since 2002. They have processed over 550 studies in 40 states, including schools and municipalities. Their office is in Spartanburg and Columbia, South Carolina. And all projects has been completed and none of their projects has been terminated. And they're going to be doing the classification for certified and classified employees. They're going to do an organizational analysis, job classification, and the salary study. They have experience with various school districts. Spartanburg School District 7, they did a report for them. Richland County School District 1, Horry County School District, Atlanta Public School, DeKalb County School District, Georgia, Virginia Beach City Public Schools, Virginia, Memphis City Schools, Tennessee, Houston Independent School District, and Prince George School District in Maryland. The timeline for this is from October to November. They're going to have initial meetings on site and Zoom. They're going to do job profile questionnaire, and they use a program called MGA, which is very secure and safe, and is in the cloud base. The data requirements, we're going to be uploading information for them, like payroll information, organizational charts, salary schedules, policies, and various other items. And in November to December, they want to review the data. They want to do a market comparison of the data, and they want to do a classification plan review. And from December to January, they will be develop an update pay plan. And in January, they're going to do a draft project report, and it's going to submit a final report. And in February, we should have everything completed and given to you for the board. Any questions on that?
I also pulled up Dr. Cave's operational report on the information she provided to us as well. Dr. Cave, do you anticipate the board receiving an update as early as the next regular scheduled board meeting as far as what they're doing, or will that still be a collection and information gathering point for them?
I can bring an update at each board meeting as to where they are along in the process. I'll need to be able to talk with the company first to make sure that they can give me a report along the way, but I think that's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The revenue,
Pardon me, is there a motion that we move forward with the recommendation of the Management Advisory Group International for use of the salary study?
We don't need to vote on that.
We need a motion.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We do?
Yes, we do.
Okay, yes, could I have a motion to move forward with the salary study on that company management?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we move forward the Management Advisory Group International, Inc., for the total amount of $44,750 for our proposed salary study.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to proceed with the Management Advisory Group International for use of the salary, or intended for the salary study in the amount of $44,750,000. Is there any discussion?
Just one, that funding will come from?
Yes, I was going to say this funding is like, basically, we did this after we had the budget already in place. So it'll be more so like the bonuses. It'll just come through our fund balances at the end of the year.
Through general fund?
Yes, through general fund. Mm-hmm. It'll be absorbed in our general fund.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Okay. Revenue and expenditure update.
Ms. Fair, will you proceed with it? We need to make sure we get that second reading in for the procurement code.
Yes, we're going to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're going to do that now?
At the end.
I just want to make sure. Thank
Yeah,
you. I
we
don't want to lose that.
That's
Sorry.
okay. Okay. For the local revenue, in September 2021, we haven't received any fundings yet. And in September in 2020, we did, and we had a decrease from September of last year to this year of $495,761.15. On our EFA funding, we had a decrease of $6,402.66. Our EIA funding, we had an increase of $9,974.44. Federal funding, we had a decrease of $11,830.94. Our food service, we had an increase of revenue of $166,076.09. And a total decrease of $337,943.23 on our revenue side. On the expenditures for the general fund, we had an increase of $388,629.14. On our special revenue, we had an increase of $46,610.15. In our federal funds, we had an increase of $554,428.62. In our food service, we had an increase of $160,865.85. A total expenditure increase across the board, $1,150,533.76. Any questions? Normally for the revenue for the local taxes, we don't start receiving taxes normally till October and November because the bills are just going out. So we probably won't have any funding come into maybe next month sometime. But we always do a TAN, which we already had and already approved, that's carry us until the funding start coming in.
Is zero for, was for this year. So why is it that last year?
But sometimes you have delinquent taxes, and they
Okay.
come in at various times of the year because you don't know when people are going to pay. So that's probably what happened with last year with the taxes.
So I didn't know if that had anything to do with COVID last year or anything like that.
Right.
Because last year we had the revenue, this year we
did.
don't.
Mhm.
But the anticipation is for that to be there by
Yes.
next month, no problem.
That's,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and, oh, you can go to the next slide, thank you. And I need action items that is needed.
Sorry.
That's okay. The monthly revenue update, the monthly budget report, the capital project report, and the new procurement code.
Madam Chairman, at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the monthly revenue report, the monthly budget report, and the capital project budget report.
Second.
We want to do all three of those together?
Questions?
Yeah, I would prefer to do them individually, but with regards to our budget on, how are we going to, Ms. Barrett, report monthly on the board report now that we have that distinction that needs to be on travel expenses for the board?
Well, we have an option with the $16,000 that's budgeted. I can break it out by each district. District 7, District 1, and then that way I can put the $2,000 there, and I will go ahead and move the expenses where it's already been, and then that way you have a update at the end of every month of what's left according to the person's district.
That sounds great.
Okay.
So it'll be a current snapshot of where we are,
Right.
just by district,
Mhm.
and then the board can then coordinate that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for the 3 expense reports as provided? All those in favor, please signify.
I didn't, was there a second to that? Maybe I didn't hear.
There was a second.
Okay, I didn't
Yes.
hear, I'm sorry.
I get it.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries.
This time,
Procurement code.
procurement code, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. That was on the procurement code.
Yes.
We don't have any wording on that.
No, we don't.
Ms.
Go ahead.
Ms. Barrett, do you have any wording for us? I mean, for us to, I know that it was initially read last month, and it was.
Right, we did our first reading on last month.
And it was in agreement with the South Carolina Procurement Code moving forward.
Right.
So we are adopting what.
We're going to adopt the code that the state suggested we should adopt, because if we don't use that code, we have to come up with our own code, or either we have to do, if we try to change the code, we have to also submit that to the state. But if you do the regular code that they're suggesting that the district be on, they're trying to get everybody on the same code, basically. It is easier for the school district to have one code, and it's easier for the state to monitor us when it's one code. So they suggest that we all adopt the new procurement code, which we discussed at length in April during our meeting.
Correct. I was just trying to see if I could pull up the wording for that.
Is there any specific wording that we should use that models what was the first reading?
It would be a motion to give second reading to it really is adopting a total rewrite. It's not just amending the old. We're repealing the old and adopting the new. So it's second reading to the new rewrite of the procurement code based on the South Carolina, the current model, which just came out earlier this year, I think.
The 2020 is when they did it.
Okay, I'm just trying to. I just want to make sure I put the right word in it. So we're basing the motion to approve the current South Carolina procurement code that was rewritten in 2020.
That is correct.
Right, for school districts.
The school district model code.
Tim's defense, he was not here in September.
All right, now make sure I'm right on this. Ms. Barrett. I make a motion that the board accept second reading to accept the current South Carolina Procurement Code 2020 as written.
South Carolina School Model Code.
South Carolina School
Model Code.
Model
Code.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded for the second reading of the South Carolina Model Procurement Code as presented previous. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, excuse me.
I was just going to reiterate, as she mentioned when we gave it first reading, This code will repeals and replaces our existing code that we have in favor of the new code. So it's a whole switch out. Although a substantial amount of the language is the same, but it's a whole switch out.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Barrett. I'm sorry I put the cart before the horse there. Moving forward, curriculum and instruction, Ms. Jessica Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Whitkin. Good afternoon, board members.
Oh, it just came on? Oh, okay.
Thank you. It's been a short night, right? All right. The Curriculum and Instruction Department has been very busy supporting our schools, and I just want to highlight some of that work tonight. First, I want to start with our elementary education, and we are continuing with the implementation of the open court reading curriculum, and we are providing extended professional development at all of our elementary school locations. All of our schools receive on-site support where our open court facilitators come in and provide that side-by-side coaching, model lessons, those kinds of things for our teachers. As a matter of fact, they're in the district this week, and they will be here throughout the remainder of this week at our elementary schools and early childhood center. All of our interventionists, along with our instructional coaches and special ed teachers, receive training on the Orton-Gillingham method of teaching reading, which is a multisensory approach to teaching reading. And it's especially helpful for those students who are struggling and need that intensive support in reading. Mrs. Hedden, our elementary director, has been working very closely with our school leaders to monitor the implementation of the open court program. And I want to just go ahead and address some questions concerning open court. Just want to let you know what that correlation is between open court, our academic recovery plan, and also our curriculum audit. So open court emphasizes three components, and those components are foundational skills, reading and responding, and language arts. After looking at our data, and if you remember, our assessment and accountability coordinator did a presentation last month and discussed the fact that we have about 20.1% of our students who are meeting and exceeding standard in reading. After looking at that data and having good discussion, we knew that we had to do something different, and we had to strengthen our Tier 1 instruction. And all of that is in our academic recovery plan. So we knew that we needed to start at the elementary, early childhood level because that's where your foundational skills are taught. Previously, we used the balanced literacy approach to teaching reading, and it served its purpose, and our children need more explicit direct instruction. So I want to just let you know what the difference is between the balanced literacy approach and the open court science of reading approach. So balanced literacy is centered around activities that surround children with quality literature and promote a love of reading, whereas structured literacy, which is the open court model, is centered around teaching the structures of language through explicit, systematic, sequential instruction. So additionally, I just wanted to note that the State Department supports the use of open court as they are using this curriculum in districts that are in Tier 3 assistance. Assessments have been a concern in the amount of assessments that are in the curriculum. So we heard the voices of our teachers, and a group of instructional coaches, along with teachers, met with our elementary director to make adjustments to those assessments, and those assessments have been reduced. We will continue to solicit feedback from our teachers and make adjustments if necessary. But I want to point out that in order for us to see the gains, and in order for us to see those gains in student achievement, we must make sure that we are following the curriculum with as much fidelity as possible. Okay? In our secondary education, our middle and high schools are receiving support through Scholastic to include leadership development for our administrators, as well as on-site support for our ELA and social studies teachers in implementing those strategies to include expectations of daily practice in writing, and also to help with school-wide comprehension strategies. Scholastic is also providing on-site support for our teachers. Specifically today and tomorrow, they are at Colleton County High School, and then Thursday and Friday, they will be at Colleton County Middle School. And our middle and high school are also being provided support with curriculum work through an outside consultant. Okay. Special services. Just wanted to, first of all, talk to you a little bit about the fact that our Office of Special Services is no longer in corrective action. Based on monitoring visits by the State Department, all of the deficiencies that were noted were cleared. However, the State Department provides tiered assistance, and we are in Tier 2 of tiered assistance, meaning that special services has moderate needs. There are 4 categories that must be addressed, and those 4 categories are, the first one is improving academic outcomes, and this is improving academic achievement for students with disabilities in reading and math. The second component is early childhood outcomes, and this is increasing student access to general education. The third component is post-secondary outcomes, and this is improving student access to post-secondary options such as college or career or assisted living, independent living, those kinds of things. And then the fourth component of the tiered assistance is social and emotional learning, which is teaching our students the skills to assist them in areas such as managing their emotions, working through conflicts, making it so they have better decision making, and to reduce and decrease the amount of suspensions of students with disabilities. So the department has several initiatives that they're working on to improve those 4 categories that I just mentioned. And some of those initiatives include ParaSharp, which is a virtual PD platform that we're utilizing for all of our paraprofessionals. And we started using that last Thursday at our early dismissal date. We had professional development for all of our staff, and we started utilizing the ParaSharp program for our paraprofessionals. The department is also doing a trauma-informed series where they're helping equip our staff with a trauma-informed mindset and a skill set to respond to those trauma-induced behaviors that they may be seeing with our students with disabilities. And also this week, we have started mindset training, which is a training that helps our staff give them strategies to de-escalate situations as those situations arise with student behaviors. And also goal book training. The department is offering that, and that is equipping our staff with effective and compliant writing of IEPs. As far as teacher vacancies are concerned, as you can see, we have several vacancies in our special services department, but the department is working diligently with human resources to fill those vacancies that you see there. Okay. Wanted to give you an update on our professional development. As I stated earlier, on October 14th, we had an early dismissal day. So that afternoon from 1:30 until 3:30, we provided PD opportunities for our staff. Some of those opportunities included trauma-informed schools, training by a consultant. His name is Mr. Kevin Dill, and he came in on that Thursday, and he worked with our middle school exclusively that particular day. He's also worked with our other schools, but on that particular day, he worked exclusively with our middle school. Also, we had Big Ideas math training for our elementary teachers, and also our arts teachers engaged in arts extravaganza planning on that day as well. Our after-school programs, I know that Dr. Cave gave a summary of those programs, so I won't go in depth, but we do have our district-wide after-school robotics program at our elementary, middle, and high school levels, and we're very excited about that. We also have ESOL tutoring for our English as a second language students, McKinney-Vento for students that have been identified as homeless. And we also have our GAP program going on at the middle school as well as we provide aftercare for parents of early childhood and elementary students as well. And then the last slide, testing and accountability. We have several assessments that have been administered or will be administered, starting with our MAP testing. That was administered the weeks of September 14th through October 1st. And that test was administered to our kindergarten through 10th grade students in reading and math. And just want to let you know that Proviso 1.96 requires that districts administer an interim formative assessment during the fall, winter, and spring. So our students will take that assessment again in the winter, and then winter, and then again in the spring. And then the Office of Assessment and Accountability is monitoring the progress of our students who are testing to ensure that all of our students are being tested. The COGAT and Iowa testing is being administered this week, October 18th through the 22nd, and that is the second grade test that our second grade students take to be identified as GT. And then the WIN testing, which is our career readiness test, will be given next week, the week of October 26th, and our high school students are in their third year of high school are required to participate in this career readiness test. The students who are taking this test are students who either did not take the assessment in spring of 2021 or who need to retake any section of the test. And that concludes my report, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any testing that the district is doing now or is looking to do, is there any technology concerns on administering that testing?
Well, we have been working very closely with Ms. Frank because, there were some concerns. However, from my knowledge, things are going well. And if we do have any concerns, Ms. Frank has been very helpful in helping us to, bridge those concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. The grade submission for the first 9 weeks, that date has been extended to Friday, I think. So I'm assuming report cards are going to come out after that. Do we expect additional delays? Will second semester be delayed? semester looks for high school? Anything to anticipate to our calendar or for parents to be aware of?
So, yes, we did have a delay with our interims. Our first quarter interims were issued a little late because we pushed the date back because we wanted to give our students an opportunity to turn in their work when we were out for the 2 weeks for virtual learning, the emergency closing. And we wanted to also give our teachers an opportunity to be able to grade the work and get the work placed into Power School. Our report card date for first quarter is Wednesday, next Wednesday, October 27th. And at this time, we do not have any plans to alter our schedule unless we go back into emergency learning, something of that nature, and we have to make adjustments from there. But our schedule is on point.
Ms. Williams, on our aftercare program, how is that going, and how's the participation in that?
So our aftercare program, we have participation in all but I think it's one school because we didn't have enough participants to run the program because, as you know, it's a self-pay program. And so we have participation from all of our schools except Bells Elementary, I have it right here, Bells Elementary and Hendersonville. And I do have the numbers if you would like that. So at Blackstreet Early Childhood Center, we have 11 students who are in aftercare. At Cottageville, we have 18. At Forest Hills, we have 16. At Northside Elementary, we have 21.
That's pretty good. Thank you.
Ms. Williams, I just wanted to address, you gave a good explanation, I think, of the open court curriculum that the district has recently adopted this school year. As board members, we've received, I'll speak for myself, I have received a lot of concerns about the newness of it all.
Right.
The assessments, I appreciate hearing that that our teachers had input and that our district listened to that input and has modified how that takes place. But I think the emphasis for me is I understand the challenge that newness creates, but the audit and obviously the academic recovery needs of our students are at a priority, and I'm happy to hear that. But I'm also happy to hear that there's the balance, that the district is hearing the input of the staff, and I'm very hopeful about this new curriculum and the outcomes that it will produce, and excited to see. And I know excited is a hard word when there are so many challenges, but I think our district was anticipating the challenges, and that's why the newness was needed. So it was a really good update for me. Thank you. I think it balances the concerns that I'm receiving, and I'm excited to see what these new outcomes will be. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you, Ms. Whitkin. And I just want to let you know, I spoke with a parent just the other day, and kindergarten parent, and she was very excited about the fact that her child could sound out words. Kindergarten child was spelling Food Lion. And I know that may not sound like much, but it is. And, our children are experiencing more just explicit instruction in phonics and letter recognition and letter sounds and those kinds of things, which are very, very important foundational skills in order for our students to be successful later. So we know that change is hard, and, it takes some adjustment, but I really believe that our teachers are stepping up to the challenge, and they're teaching with fidelity. I visited some schools this week, and I really think that we're going to see good gains. I feel really good about the curriculum.
Teachers, for all that you do, because we recognize the challenges that you face, and we're very grateful for all that you do.
Yes.
I agree with you when you say changes are hard, but sometimes they're necessary. And with the
Yes,
necessary changes, that's what's required for improvement.
yes. And our data tells us that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Any other questions for Ms. Williams?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion that we enter into executive session. Upon returning to open session, action may be taken by the board on items discussed during executive session.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session. Upon returning to open session, action may be taken by the board on this item discussed, which is 13.01, discussion of employment, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, or release related to employment, separation, SC Code 30-4-70, 13.02, discussion related to student discipline matters, SC Code 3-4-70, 13.03, receipt of legal advice where the legal advice relate to a pending, threatening, or potential claim or other matters covered by the attorney-client privilege related to the recent district cyber incident, that 30-4-70.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to enter into executive session for the reasons just read. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. We're now in executive session. Thank you. I will entertain a motion that we enter back into open session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we enter back in in open session.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to enter out of executive session. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. We're entering back into open session.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendations from the district staff for professional staff separation that was given on today's date.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the professional staff separation as recommended by administration on today, October the 19th. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you. If there's no other business, I will entertain a motion to stand adjourned.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Thank you and have a good night.